You're tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty. Good morning. It is a good morning. It is a double-digit morning. Damn. We hit it. How about that, Sean? Congratulations to you, sir. Congratulations to all of you out there. Congratulations to our amazing sponsors. What a run, man. We have hit 10 million downloads here on the show. That's absolutely phenomenal, okay? We're really way past 10 million, actually, because, you know, if I add the stuff we did at Onside, which is part of our show, it's kind of really the same thing, but whatever. We could have passed those downloads over, but 10 million downloads. I don't know if you saw this last night. Sean, we had like like an 18,000 download hour or something last night, or it was just like the weirdest thing. I looked at it this morning and it was just absolutely freakish. So thank you all out there. I mean, you know, what you guys have done and how you have supported us, it's absolutely crazy. Okay, so this is the 8 a.m. hour. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, midnight, 11 p.m. At 11 p.m., you all downloaded 18,763 times during the 11 p.m. hour last night. That's just an absolute sick number. 18,000 downloads in 1 hour. That's just absolutely crazy. So thank you all out there. As always, what's gone on with the show is, as you see, sponsors, and the sponsors are growing. Obviously, we are looking to take this show everywhere, on the road everywhere. And hopefully, take South Florida's fans, which they're all over the world, not just in South Florida, take you guys everywhere. Take you to the Combine, take you to Vegas for a fight, take you to the Super Bowl, take you to the draft. You know, that's what this show is going to be all about. We want to be in the Summer League in Las Vegas. I want to be sitting there with Ira in Vegas, and we're talking about Yurtseven Part 2 or Strus Part 2 or Udonis Haslem Part 2 or something, another guy that they found in the Summer League, you know, that kind of stuff, because last night was the night of, again, the Summer League coming to life, right? Yurtseven yesterday leads the team in rebounds, 8 points, 13 rebounds, 2 steals, 2 blocks. Akpala, 16 points and 3 rebounds. Duncan Robinson put on his big boy pants. How about that for Duncan Robinson? It's one time. He's got to do it more often. But I saw a kid play with Moxie yesterday. I mean, when he split the double team and laid it up under them, I mean, that was just like, okay, things are going his way. You know what I'm saying? And he was hitting, and he even hit a couple shots where it was like close traffic too. You know what I mean? It was like, he got a little like a little pissed yesterday. Like he was like, you know, F this, dude. I'm not playing well enough. I need to step it up. You know, it seemed like it was getting even to him now that he was underperforming. And that was nice to see yesterday by Duncan. That's a nice start, Duncan. Now you got to keep doing it, because while you've got Bam and you've got Jimmy out and all this stuff going on. Hero was outstanding yesterday, 26 points, 5 of 8 from 3-point shooting. Strus, 18 points. Didn't have a great 3-point percentage, 4 of 12, but did shoot 7 of 15 overall. Adds 7 rebounds and 4 assists also. So Strus helping you in many different ways. So it's really, really nice. And it's exactly what I told Ira a couple of weeks ago, that while these injuries are terrible, it is a great opportunity for development. And that's what we've been watching. The development of Gabe Vincent, the development of Max Strus, the development of Yurtseven, the development of Okpala. And, UD, I know yesterday hit a 3-pointer, but if you have an opportunity, and, Ira and I talked about this yesterday on the show, if you have an opportunity to add a point guard later in the season, because you really can't count on Oladipo to stay healthy. And Gabe Vincent and the boys have never been in the playoffs. So you don't know how they're going to handle that. So it does behoove you to try to add a guard. So Okpala is like Ira said, he's like on a 3-month kind of, he's kind of on a 3-month deal where he's got to try to prove himself. And then you've got UD. So that could be an option down the line at the end of the year. But, one of the things that we talked about the last couple of weeks is the injuries suck, but the opportunity to develop the young guys is the golden part about all of this. And you still have a terrific record at 19-13. And in the process, it sucks to have Bam out. It sucks to have Jimmy out. It sucks to have Markieff Morris out and all that. But you're developing Gabe Vincent. You're developing Max Strus. You're developing Yurtseven. And all of a sudden now, the lottery of all lotteries, Okpala, that dude's like showing up now. So that's a beautiful thing, man, just to watch that, because when you do get the guys that are injured back, you are going to be deeper than you've been. You're going to have more confidence in your roster from beginning to end than you ever have if you're Spo. So now all of a sudden, and I know you got to try to, trim you want to get down to your playoff roster rotation, but you're going to have a couple of hungry guys that you can count on waiting in the wings because of all the development going on now. So it's actually, where there's a negative, you can sometimes find a positive to all of this. And watching all those young guys, that certainly was the positive last night in that win over the Pacers. All right, we got a loaded show for you. We got the boys locked and loaded and ready to go. I think Ira has taken his glasses off, so he's ready for the crossover. Let's bring them on, Sean. There they are, ready to go. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you doing?
Quick turnaround. I don't remember the last time I think I had a late night game and then an early morning pal at Rock City. But you know what? I couldn't come in late because Clay told me today was the Christmas pageant. I was trying to get a couple of mangers on the screen behind me. I couldn't pull it off. My wife just walked in and said, but you're Jewish. So I don't know if that would have played anyway, but I'm ready for the Christmas pageant, Clay. So whatever you want, I'm ready to play the role, and we'll just move forward from there.
Well, you see how much work I put into my background. We're actually here in beautiful Cleveland, Ohio, at my wife's family. So we're just hanging out up here, and as you can tell by my voice, I just woke up as well. So yeah, we are. But guys, we got a lot to talk about today, and the thing I think is fascinating. Of course, we'll talk about the game last night, which, like you were just saying, it's kind of this byproduct of all of these young guys who are working super hard, and then you see them out there against, frankly, a Pacers team where it felt like over half the roster that's now on the trade block has completely quit, and they completely blew them out. So, it's not that you take a lot from that game as far as, these guys, but you take the development side of that. Yeah. The other thing I really want to hit on today, and I know Ira and I discussed this a little bit, but it's fascinating to me after what Adam Silver said yesterday, looking at how each respective league is approaching playing through this virus. And on one hand, you've got the NBA, which is essentially saying, nope, we're going to send you guys reinforcements. We don't care if they're coming from a place where these guys would never get a chance to play. We just
All
want to
about the
play the
money.
games. Yeah. We just care about having the games played. We don't necessarily care about the result. Then you got the NHL, which shut everything down. Then you got the NFL, which is basically saying, nah, you know what, we're just not going to test as much. And if you happen to be asymptomatic, then oh well. So it's fascinating to me where Adam Silver comes out and says, hey, we're just going to play through this. We see no reason why we need to pause. And then I think it's very interesting how the Heat are approaching this. And you see some of these protocols, they're really tightening things up, not just for players, not just for staff, but also just for people who happen to be around the game, for media members, for security staff. It's almost like the Heat are looking at this as, okay, if we're going to have to play through this, we're going to make sure that we're not the team that has an outbreak, so that if we have to play a team that has an outbreak, maybe there is a competitive advantage there.
And I think the sort of the whole thing to sum up and even to set up maybe Big O for a show going forward is, I think when you look at the Heat now, and you can really combine it with the Dolphins and maybe even a little bit of the Hurricane season, is resilience.
Yeah.
Is that our teams have not quit when down. I mean, let's take this one at a time. I'll go backwards here. You start with the Panthers and you lose a guy like Barkov, and you could have quit. You could have saying, okay, we lost one of our main skaters for a couple of periods there. No, they persevered. You look at the Canes, their rotten start, whatever. They're going to go meet Tony the Tiger, protocols, allowing to where they have that. Big O and I spoke about this on one of our Accurate Pembroke Pines reports when the Dolphins had that terrible record to start the season. And we looked at the schedule and we said, this is when you find the true measure of a man. When you have the opportunity, do you persevere, or are you like the Pacers last night and you mail it in?
Great
Same
point.
thing with the Heat. There was a great picture, and I don't know if you guys or Sean can get it up quickly from someone's Twitter account, which showed the Heat bench yesterday with Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, Markieff Morris, Victor Oladipo, their entire almost starting lineup. Quality lineup sitting there, and they still found a way. So almost if you want to take a lesson as we sort of go from one year to another and bridge the years, is that if you could persevere, Dolphins are going to be in the playoff race, it looks like, to the final Sunday of the season. The Miami Heat have kept themselves afloat. There is no, like Clay, you pointed out with COVID, woe is we. We will find a way. I think it's a really interesting story down here in South Florida. Perfect. That was actually the picture I was just looking at. I think it was Chef Trilly just posted that on his Twitter account. I mean, you look at it there. You're talking Victor Oladipo, PJ Tucker, Jimmy Butler, Markieff Morris, and Bam Adebayo. Probably a good enough starting lineup to get you a top four. To get you a top 4 or a top 2 seed in the conference anyway. And instead of Eric Spoelstra saying what he didn't have, he said, okay, I'll start Max Strus for the first time in his career. I'll throw in KZ Okpala when Max gets 2 early fouls, and we'll keep pushing through. This really, I think if there's one word, if you're asking me to this point to define and quantify the Heat season, I would use the word perseverance.
Well, let me just piggyback on that, because I actually talked about this a couple weeks ago when we watched Caleb Martin explode, and this is the Miami Heat. This is Pat Riley with 8 guys and Rex Chapman, 39 points against Michael Jordan and Pippen. This is the Miami Heat that you get a whole bunch of journeymen, and you start 10-31 and you go 31-10. This is the Miami Heat under Pat Riley. It's been like that forever. If you count them out, you're an idiot. If you it's all about you don't know them. You know what I mean?
It's all about the development. It's all about development. I mean, you'll see that on today's Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint. Clay will start the show like crap, but by the last segment, once his computer reconnects, I'm going, Clay, that's pure broadcast gold. So it's all about development for the Heat. It's all development for the, for what's going on. And
I tell you what, man, Ira's bringing the heat this morning. I was not expecting to have this.
And it's all thanks to our good friend Cafe Bustillo, which is true. Yeah. So I think we need to get one more sponsor here on the show for Big O.
I think so. I think we got to work on that. And by the way, yesterday, the example was set when you watched Udonis Haslem hit that 3.
Yes.
When this organization started its run with Pat Riley.
Isn't that true?
That was the first reclamation project.
It was like the circle of life. You have a game where you're blowing out the Pacers by that much because KZ Okpala and Max Strus are going crazy. And then at the end of the game, you have Udonis. It's such a great point. The circle of life game. That was really cool.
So it shows you that this is not a fluke. It's been going on for 25 years. And that's why if you're a Heat fan, there's more pride for that team than any team in town, because they give you these moments on a consistent basis. It's not a fluke. It's what they are. All right, next hour, baby, hardcore NBA Miami Heat talk. It is the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show. That's next.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for an hour of hardcore hoops with the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Let's get to the show basketball fans crave. Let's get inside the paint.
Welcome aboard, everybody. Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show. Ira Winderman there, Clay Ferrero here. We got a lot to talk about today. And, you know, I do like what O was saying before we started here, that so much of this Miami Heat season to this point, you can point to the development program, and this is who they've been forever. And I like that, you know, you use the word resiliency and perseverance. And yet at the same time, I also think that what you're seeing with this Miami Heat team is how so many leagues, all these leagues right now are viewing COVID-19, and then how the league is viewing it versus how the teams have to approach it. And what the Miami Heat are doing right now, and you saw it last night, and you're seeing it in the last few days with some of these guys who are out there, they're viewing it as, however we are being asked to play through this, we need to find the best edge that we can. Yes. And the Heat are finding a way to do that right now. So we're going to talk about that as the show goes on. We're going to talk about the upcoming schedule. But Ira, before we get into this, I just wanted to look at the game last night and what your main takeaways were outside of what we've talked about, right? And some of the things that the developmental players and KZ Okpala and Max Strus, and, you know, you can look at their numbers, but there were a couple of things that really stood out to me, but I wanted to kind of give you the floor up front. Your main takeaway from last night's game was what? That
you still have to give a crap no matter what's going on, and either you care or you don't care. You talk to NBA coaches and they tell you they're two most dangerous parts of the season. One is the holiday season. You have people in your house, maybe not in COVID as much, who's not there. You're out of your routine. You can let go of the rope a little. The Utah Jazz are famous for always scheduling a road trip leading to Christmas. They believe that being at home just is too problematic and it gets in the way of your thinking.
That's interesting. I never heard that. That's really interesting.
So they do it that way. So that's a real concern, that this is the time of year you can kind of let go of things. The other thing is it's the midseason malaise that Shaq talks about. From the midpoint of your season till the All-Star break, it's like you're sort of getting ready for the second half of the season. You've lost some of your excitement from the start of the season, and there's a little doldrums in the middle there. And the one thing about the Heat and the way they've done it is because every game is sort of a mission to them, you know, that there's a conquest, you know, and that they have to live in the moment. I think they're able to push past that a little bit more. And I think my takeaway, even from last night, is you can see Erik Spoelstra almost coaching each of these recent games as mini playoff games. As, okay, who do I have available? What does the other team do best? How do I take care of this challenge? A lot of teams don't do that. A lot of teams say, we'll just play our game. Last night, the Indiana Pacers said, we're just going to play our game. Well, their game was not suited to play against the zone. So if they really would have taken that game as an individual challenge, the Pacers would have said to themselves, okay, how are we going to crack the Heat zone? What sets are we going to use? What's going to work? What's not going to work? They didn't. They just played a game. And when you play a game against a team that actually gives a rat's butt, you see the pounding that they wound up taking. I really think Rick Carlisle has lost that team. I really think that his sort of way of doing things just isn't working in Indiana. I know they gave him a new contract. They're not a big revenue team. They might be stuck with that contract, but that's one takeaway I had last night. And I think there's the other thing is, I honestly believe that if you were to go to Sawgrass Mills Mall today amid all the chaos from COVID and shopping and everything, and just grab 5 random people, which probably is not legal, put them in a van and drive them down to FTX Arena, Eric Spoelstra would craft a game plan that how he could take care of Jesus and George and Alan and Bill and Bob and somehow get an offense and a defense to work. I really think there was something that showed the genius of Eric Spoelstra last night. I mean, you're talking about a starting lineup with Max Strus, a rotation with KZ Okpala and Omar Yurtseven. Apparently, the Heat have a player named Marcus Garrett, which is good to know. And yet he goes in and plays good minutes also. I mean, it really is fascinating what he was able to do. But if you care, if you give a crap, or another word, if you want to use it there, that's what makes a difference. My takeaway from last night was the Heat played to, I guess Jim Mora here, to win, Herm Edwards, to win the game. I think the Pacers played, let's just get to the Christmas break and get the hell out of here.
I'm dying here because I'm reading the chat. Scummy says Clay looks like that dude that does the house makeovers. I'll take that.
Yeah,
I'll take that.
I think if we get you tatted up between the second and the third show here or whatever, I think we can pull that off. Yeah,
I think
you're more of the lottery home guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I have no house makeover skills, by the way. But please feel free to drop your questions, your comments in the chat. We'll get to them. And also, please smash that like button. Clay, by the way,
you're in Cleveland now. I was there last Monday. Baker Mayfield did give me the keys to the stadium because I was right across the street. So if you get a chance and you can just take the laundry out and put it in the washer, I'm sure Baker and his wife will appreciate it so they can sleep in tonight.
Baker may need keys to a different stadium at some point here soon because I'm not sure he's going to last here much longer. But yeah, please drop your questions in the chat right there. I think you mentioned Rick Carlisle. That's a big part of it. The other one, Ira, is all these guys are on the trade block. I mean, you read these reports about coming out of Indiana. I mean, they basically opened up their roster to anybody in the NBA. So the main takeaway I had, and this kind of piggybacks off of what we've been saying, but if you put those rosters side by side, the Indiana Pacers and the Miami, you got all-stars on that Pacers team. You've got all-star caliber players who may not have made the all-star team yet, but Domantas Sabonis, Miles Turner, Malcolm Brogdon, I believe he got hurt last night. Karis LeVert. I mean, you've got players on that team, any of whom
they should be better.
Yes, but it's a combination of give a crap. It's a combination of, I think those guys, you mentioned the Rick Carlisle situation, but it's also, man, you got to put the spotlight on the Heat and what Eric Spoelstra has been able to do and getting those guys out there. And look, when you're putting a lineup out there and a group of guys that frankly probably shouldn't be playing NBA basketball right now, you're going to have games like you do in Detroit the other night. You're going to have games where it just doesn't happen.
Talent rises to its level or falls to its level. You made one other really good point as you wake up here also, Clay, about the trades. And think about this. I mean, even a guy like you can get into the inner sanctum of FTX Arena because Will has a secret code there in the thumbprint, so you could snoop around. But when it comes to Heat trades, they just happen, and you don't know until you know. In other words, your point is great. Miles Turner knows he's on the trade block. Domantas Sabonis knows he's on the trade block. Karis LeVert knows he's on the trade block. Think what happened at last season's NBA trade deadline. Wait, Kelly Olynyk was traded? Yeah. No one saw that coming. Yeah. And then boom, all of a sudden he's out the door. So what happens? Until then, Kelly's playing his best for the Heat because he thought he was going to be a Heat for life. And then it's like, Kelly, you got to get that suitcase packed. And by the way, your thumbprint no longer works in the door. And you're sort of out of there. That's the difference in organizations also. Look, Clay, I know you to a degree, me to a greater degree. I hate the lack of information sometimes we get out of the Heat. It's such a closed society. We talk about it all the time. Woj and Shams might get all their leaks from other places. Very rarely do you see the phrase sources say the Miami Heat ... You just don't get that. That's the difference with what's going on in Indiana now also. Look, for all we know, the Heat might be planning to trade 3 or 4 of their players. And maybe by February 10th, we come back and do our Christmas deadline special, 5 straight hours here on the Big O Show. I don't think that Clay's bosses at Channel 10 know that right now. So when we do that show, all of a sudden you'll see that other guys are involved. That's the difference. And then you just continue to play because you have no other motivation. You're not calling your realtor. You're not trying to figure out how to move your cars in the transporter. The Pacers, there's a reason some teams are craptastic organizations and others are consistent winners. Last night was a really good example.
Scummy brings up a good question, and maybe we'll spend part of the
How
next
do you say
segment.
that with a straight face? How do you say with a straight face, Scummy brings up a good question? Like,
I mean, look, when you just because the name is Scummy, I think you can at least concede that when you have two idiots like you and me on this show, that even somebody named Scummy can bring some class to the program.
The scary thing is, I'm not sure you're reading just a screen name someone had, or if two parents literally, the kid is born, they're in the birthing room right there, and they're going, yeah, I like Steve or Scummy. What do you think? Which way are you going to go on that? But God bless you, Scummy.
Hey, look, I've been in the delivery room for 3 of them. If the wife, after what she's just been through, and who knows what drugs she had to take in order to get
Scummy,
but if she because of the epidural / whatever it takes, maybe in a little bit of an altered, if she chooses Scummy, then it's the husband.
Anyway,
you are letting Scummy go.
Go ahead, lead us on.
So he said which teams in the Eastern Conference would be a potential bad matchup for the Heat in the playoffs, and then potentially in the Western Conference if you make it to the NBA Finals, who else would be a bad matchup potentially in the NBA Finals? So that's a good topic for coming up in the next segment. I kind of like that. But real quickly, as far as last night's game goes, something I'm noticing that I think could really serve this team well, in addition to what you're saying about some of these other guys that are getting playing time that you're having to develop. Duncan Robinson, it's not just that he's hitting the shots it's not just that he's starting to find his stroke a little bit. He is attacking the basket in a much different way, and not necessarily driving inside and getting the layup like we saw after he missed the 3 and Omer Yurtseven had that great pass, the great cut, but he's getting a mid-range game. He's figuring out, and so Ira, the thing that teams have done against him to kind of counteract him is they're just being extremely aggressive with him at the line, right? And they're knocking him off of his spots. Every NBA player has a number of spots, and you'll see sometimes, you'll see sometimes a guy, like, he'll take a dribble and a hop, and you're like, why is he going to that place as opposed to trying to get 2 feet closer? Well, it's because in practice they work at certain spots to where they get the stroke there. So to them, it's easier, and there's better muscle memory going 2 feet back into the left than it is trying to get a little bit closer, right? With Duncan Robinson, teams have kind of figured out his spots. And so they're aggressively attacking to push him off of those spots. But Ira, what I noticed last night and what I've seen from him a little bit in other games, but also especially last night, is he's anticipating teams jumping out and forcing him off of those spots. And so he's getting really comfortable now, taking a couple of dribbles. Like, he's figuring out, okay, it's not against the rules to dribble the basketball. He's getting really comfortable. And then not just going to the basket, but also stopping and taking a mid-range. There are certain things about him, like, he can shoot, but he hadn't fully taken advantage of the fact that he can shoot from anywhere on the floor, including in that mid-range game, until recently. And Ira, it's something you talk about all the time. You're on the scouting report. And what is on that scouting report? And right now with Duncan, it's okay, well, make sure he doesn't get to his spot at the three-point line. Now the scouting report may have to change a little bit. And that'll in turn open up things for other guys, but also it makes it a little bit easier, gives you a little bit more space at that three-point line if teams have to account for you going inside.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm impressed with your analytics. I'm just wondering if it's not a little over the top where you sit the girls there and say you each have to find one sweet spot for Duncan Robinson and no dinner. But Clay, how you want a parent, that's up to you, so I'll leave that be. But that's a point well made. And the thing is, again, and Clay, this is something I've gotten asked in my Ask Ira at SunSentinel.com and other people about Duncan, and you shouldn't start him and you should start Strus again. Look at the opening defensive matchups in so many of these games. When you go into a game, you say the opposition has perimeter defender A, their prime defensive guy. I can't tell you how many times that guy has been assigned to Duncan Robinson, where the other team feels as if you cut off the head of the snake and you take away that three-point game, everything else stops flowing. I mean, look, we saw last night, 22 threes, tied the franchise record. That's the Heat's sort of juice. That's what gets them going. That's their power supply. So teams are doing that. So again, the struggles for Duncan are also a product of ultimate respect.
Mm-hmm.
The Heat respected Duncan by giving him 5 years, $90 million. Other teams have taken similar notice that he's a player of that value. Whether he's hitting or not hitting, as long as he occupies the other team's best defender, when Jimmy comes back,
true.
when Kyle is on the floor, he's making their lives easier. There is no metric for that, except in the Ferraro house, where they chronicle these kind of things. And to me, that's a big part of this also. If at any point Duncan loses his respect, then it goes south. Then it all changes. Then all of a sudden, when you see him with the weakest defender on him, when the Lakers come in and Isaiah Thomas is guarding him or someone like that, that's when you say you have a problem. But the fact that his reputation still carries that weight, that even in a game like yesterday, where Max Strus might be hitting more threes or Tyler Hero, the concern still is about Duncan Robinson. So he's still meeting at least part of his mandate. That matters. And the fact that he's showing other offenses, you know what? This is the debate we could have forever about whether a good 2 is better than a bad 3. And you can give me all the metrics you want and points per shot and overall value. When you see the ball go through the basket, it is good for your mental well-being as a player and as a team. And if you're a team that's now moved more towards zone defense, you get to set up the zone after a made basket. So after a made 2, you're back in the zone, which crushed the Pacers last night. After a missed 3, you have that long rebound, and you're just running in the fire drill, picking up whoever you get in transition. That's why those 2-pointers by Duncan are meaningful baskets. I agree.
Excuse me real quickly, Ira. Adeline, you better get Duncan Robinson's ISO numbers. Santa is watching.
Exactly. Yes.
Santa is watching. So are we.
All right, so we know there'll be one lump of coal for at least one of the Ferraro girls. But again, I think the other metrics you've been forwarding me have been very good, so that's fine also.
Yeah, even if they also have that they want Gabby's dollhouse written in there, they meant to send that to Santa too.
As long as Clay, when you get them the dollhouse, you draw the 3-point line somewhere, I have no issue with it.
Yeah. So look, all joking aside, it's the fascinating thing with the Heat right now. It's that you can put the talent, like if you stack talent, like if this was NBA 2K and it was strictly like overall talent level
right.
for the rosters. By the way, to feed off of that, who was favored in last night's game? The Indiana Pacers. The Pacers were favored in that game. Why wouldn't you be?
Yeah, the wise guys know. And by the way, before we go to break right now, I just want to give some people some perspective also. Is usually we're well scripted on this. But folks, today I literally am playing Clay Ferraro bingo, trying to figure which topics he's coming up with and checking off my card on the side. And I'll tell you why as we go to break here in Pallet Rack City, Inside the Paint, is last night Clay to me, and we'll talk about this after the break, was such a swing game that I didn't know the tenor of today's show. If the Miami Heat would have lost last night and would be coming off consecutive losses to the Pistons and the Pacers, I think we would have had the shovels out and done some burying. The fact that they won shows for everyone who tells me all the time, Ira, you cover a sport with 82 games. It's not like the NFL with 16 or 17 or college football with 11 or 12. It's just another game. No, I think last night was really a swing game. You're starting a 4-game homestand, your longest of the season to this stage, and you're coming off a stinker of a loss to the worst team in the NBA, one that lost 14 consecutive games. So literally, Clay and I are I'm flying blind now because I didn't give him sort of the itinerary of today. But Clay, you've already checked off 3 boxes, and I might have a bingo by the next segment.
Well, and we're going to talk about some of these matchup things. C. Dallas says, beat Detroit, please. Yeah, absolutely. Hawaiian Punch, thank you as always for the nice comments. And guys, on the other side here, I do want to talk about some of these matchups coming up. But also how the NBA is approaching this virus. And you talked about this. Sure. We talked about this during the crossover. It's going to be, okay, Adam Silver has chosen to play through this,
right?
Whatever the cost. And the cost will happen to be bring up guys from the G League. Well, the Heat are doing a lot right now. And I'm not sure any team in the NBA is doing as much as they can to make sure that they are not the next team to have an outbreak. Absolutely. We'll talk about that and a lot more coming up on the other side right here.
More scummy coming up.
Reach out to Ira and Clay. Drop them an email at insidethepaint@yahoo.com. Chime in on the YouTube chat board. You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727. Or online at adreamlending.com. Welcome back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Let's get back to the guys that just updated their email from Prodigy to AOL. Here's Ira and Clay.
Welcome back here on Inside the Paint, the joke that gets us every time. Ira Winderman from the Sun Sentinel. Clay Ferraro here as we take you through these last 35 minutes of the program. As always, want to keep this interactive. You guys have already made some great comments, some great questions so far. And we're going to get the one. Scummy brought up the question about matchups, which I really like, and I want to get to that coming up in a little bit. But David brings up a question, and it kind of goes back to what Big O was saying during the crossover, which is with Jimmy and Bam out, how impactful, how beneficial can this stretch be where you're having guys who are rolling out there and getting productive minutes, but also succeeding? And as I pose this to you, Ira, it's something I want to go back to what Mario Cristobal said at his introductory news conference for the Hurricanes. And it's not that the question was about Miami swag. And actually, you know what? This was on game day. It was about this University of Miami swag. And look, it's a chicken or an egg thing. Swag doesn't lead you to success. When you go out there and you succeed and the work that you've put in leads to success, that leads to confidence, which leads to the swag. And so when you got a bunch of players out there, a Max Strus, guys who weren't drafted, Duncan Robinson after he went out there and got a big contract, and we know he's been through his issues this year, but it's when you're able to go out there and the work that you've put in leads to success on the floor, then that leads to the swag. Then that leads to the celebrating that we saw last night. We've seen by guys who, with any other team, they may not be out there dancing and celebrating, but with the Miami Heat, because they put them through the paces and they make them go out there and put in the work at specific things, then it leads to that confidence and that swag. So yeah, I do think it's going to be really impactful moving forward, but I don't know that it would work the same way with other teams because of how the Heat put these guys through it.
You know, I'm going to sort of sit down here as a role I've taken over the years. I'm not going to deny it and play the role here for a second of contrarian Ira. I love what Gabe Vincent and Max Strus and Omar Yurtseven, to a degree, KZ Okpala, have done in recent games. They have kept the Heat in the seeding race, which is huge, as we know, Clay, because the Heat last season finished one game out of home court in the first round, would have played the Knicks or the Hawks instead of the Bucks, and our whole world might be different. I mean, you know, we might have a fancier set if they won the championship, and you would just take it on the road with you because we'd have like the big old bus wherever we go. But they didn't. They played the Bucks in the first round. They got a crappy seed. They were swept. So let's look at the actual playoff possibilities of this team. And as much as I love what those guys have done, Clay, let's get back to our regular starting lineup. Everyone's healthy again. It will happen one day, God willing. So you're going to have Bam at center. You're going to have PJ Tucker at power forward, Jimmy at small forward, Duncan Robinson at shooting guard, and Kyle Lowry at point guard. That's your starting five. I think you and I would agree when fully healthy, you probably have Tyler Hero as sixth man, an award he very well might win. You certainly have Dwayne Dedmon as your backup center. He's been terrific during this stretch. A nice counter to Bam with his size and physicality. And the hope still is that Markieff Morris, who's only played 10 games, comes back to where he was. So I've just given you 8 players, the starters and 3 prime reserves. In the playoffs, you might only go 8 deep. You know, Pat Riley has that saying, you know, play 8, you know, utilize 5, trust 3, or whatever. But let's say that's 8. So even then, Clay, I'm going to give you those 8 players. You know who's left. I'll give you the poo-poo platter of choices here. You still have Max Strus, Gabe Vincent, Omar Yurtseven, Caleb Martin, you know, and KZ Okpala, if you want to throw him in there. No offense, KZ. Who would your next man be if you're only going 9 deep? In other words, your starting lineup, Adebayo, Tucker, Robinson, Butler, Lowry. Your next 3 off the bench, in any order, Hero, Dedmon, and Markieff Morris. Of what you have left, who's your 9th man?
It's a name you haven't even mentioned yet. And I don't even know that he would be the 9th man.
I know who you're going to say, if he's healthy.
Victor Oladipo.
Okay, and that's a good name. I'm not even going there, but you're right. So again, if I reshuffle, I would have him as one of my definites in the next 4.
So, and this, I think I'm kind of accentuating the point that you're making, which is that at this point, this is a great story, and it's keeping you alive in the seeding race. But if you're going to have to rely on these players later on, it's because something else went wrong. And so I feel that. And I think that's probably a really good point. I almost feel
but honestly, Clay, so I made a mistake there and you caught me, and now I just feel terrible. But you put Victor Oladipo.
I didn't even know you made it. I didn't even know. I thought you were kind of like accentuating the point that you've got all these players.
So let's say Oladipo, Hero, Dedmon, and Morris are your next 4, your 9 deep. What I'm trying to get to is this. I'm not so sure Max Strus plays a single playoff minute, or Gabe Vincent, or Caleb Martin, or Omar Yurtseven, or KZ Okpala, because of the depth of talent. So I know it's a nice narrative now. You're getting these guys ready, and they're showing they can do it. And who knows? I mean, you're going to get to this, I'm sure, now in the next couple of minutes, and maybe COVID means you have to have a shadow starting lineup available because you never know when things are going to turn. And maybe Adam Silver, as much as he's throwing anything against the wall now in the regular season with these emergency 10-day contracts, shockingly says, no LeBron, we're still having the playoffs. No Chris Paul, we're still having the playoffs. And you wind up seeing the G League playoffs competed on ABC at 9 p.m. nationally in June. Maybe that's the case. But I think the reality is, for all the feel-good stories, you know, of all Spoelstra's elves and what's, you know, Strus and Vincent and Yurtseven and Martin have given us, you know, the bottom deal is we're going to ride the reindeer. We're going to ride the guys who are pulling the sleigh. Look at the Jewish guy go here. So that's the difference. That's sort of what the story still is. That's where they have to get. They have to get to a healthy Bam, a healthy Butler, a healthy Morris, hopefully a healthy Oladipo. That's going to be the mainstays.
It's funny. We were joking about Santa in the first segment. Maybe I should have brought up a Hanukkah Harry as well for all of you old John Lovett Saturday Night Live fans, which is probably just you and me, by the way, Ira. I don't think anybody's in it. No, look, I think if you have to rely on those guys for an extended period of time in the playoffs and something went wrong, right? And I think that's kind of the point here. It's either Victor Oladipo has not come back, or one of those other guys has gotten hurt, or heaven forbid, you have a stretch of games where you have guys out because of the virus.
Playoff COVID, yeah.
Yeah, and so hopefully we're not even dealing with that. I do think where it helps is twofold. It's, let's say you have a bad injury happen during the playoffs, and or foul trouble, okay? And this is okay. Let's say Duncan Robinson has foul trouble, like significant foul trouble, which we know referees can't stand him for whatever reason. So he gets
only
3 fouls.
Only in the opening minute of games.
Right.
Does anyone get more first-minute fouls than Duncan Robinson?
No, and doesn't get any called the other way either. So let's say he gets 57 seconds, he's got 3 fouls. I think you're extremely confident that you can put Max Strus out there for the first half of a playoff game until Duncan Robinson is able to get back. And honestly, lately, you've seen some games where even Duncan Robinson doesn't have it, where Max Strus has gotten his minutes in the fourth quarter. These are meaningful games.
That's a really good point. As a matter of fact, I think Cleveland Clay Ferraro is much sharper than the one we get down here, who apparently is dulled by the sun. And the other point of that is, you remember the 2020 finals when Bam got hurt and they were forced to start Myers Leonard. Yeah. And it just went away against the Lakers there. So you're right, Clay. If there's that kind of Bam Adebayo injury now, at least you have a Dwayne Dedmon. And I've spoken, this going on for years at the Sun Sentinel with Big O and other radio stations about the lack of a reserve point guard. But now you have Gabe Vincent. Now if Kyle Lowry goes out, you're not even looking at the scrap heap late in the season. You're saying, hey, we have a guy who's done it. So I agree. It gives you the confidence of knowing that in your back pocket, you have more than you had to go with before, because we all remember those 2020 NBA Finals when not only did Bam Adebayo go out, but remember Goran Dragic was out. And you didn't have another answer behind Tyler Hero. So yes, I think what it does is it makes you a bit more confident that you're not just drawing from the absolute end of a no-play roster, what they're doing now. And here's the other point of it. It's letting us enjoy December. It's letting us enjoy a time of the season when it is the doldrums, and there are fun, and there is Max Strus hitting threes, and there is Gabe Vincent showing what he did when Nigeria beat the U.S. in a pre-Olympic qualifier when Gabe was playing for the Nigeria national team. You know what those guys have done? They've given us fun at a time when the NBA season, let's be honest, even without COVID, isn't always so much fun in the December doldrums.
Well, I think even more so right now. And you look at some of the lineups that these teams are having to roll out. And, the NBA basically implemented a rule forcing teams to go and sign guys off the street now. And so it kind of, we talked about this earlier, but it kind of shows the difference between how the NBA views the virus, and then you've got how the NHL is viewing the virus and how the NFL is viewing the virus. But most importantly, you've got these guys that are out there and, Scummy, his current SNL, the Yankadare of comedy. I just love the Yankadare reference, man. You're taking me back. You're taking me back to when I fell in love with this sport. So I want to get back to one of his earlier questions, though, Ira, and it's about matchups in the Eastern Conference in these last 5 minutes, and even potentially the Western Conference. Let's say it's a fully healthy Heat team, or as close to it as you can ask for come playoff time. Who is the team in the Eastern Conference that scares you matchup-wise? And
it's interesting. It's the only Eastern Conference team the Heat has never faced in the playoffs.
Is it Cleveland?
You're there, for God's sakes. It's Cleveland. For all those years, that's all people wanted. When LeBron was there, remember Dwayne and LeBron, their friendship, could they meet in the playoffs, how special that would be before LeBron joined the Heat. Look, I'm not overstating who the Cavaliers are. And I know the Heat, when they've lost these 2 recent games by a lot to the Cavaliers, were shorthanded. But Cleveland's length and athleticism has really been a thorn in the Heat side. That might have been 2 of their worst games of the season. The home loss to Cleveland, and then a week ago last Monday, the loss up there in Cleveland as well. Yes, with Bam, it'll be different, and I get all of that. But look, they've beaten Milwaukee this year. They've beaten Chicago this year. They've beaten Brooklyn this year. They've shown that they have a game that can match up against that level of talent. Cleveland is so far out of left field. 3 7-footers basically in their starting lineup with Jared Allen, with Evan Mobley, and with Larry Markkinen. And like the difference is, JB Bickerstaff says, for years people have said you can't go big in today's NBA anymore. This is what he said, have overlooked, unless your threes can run, unless your threes are gazelles, and his guys can run. they can get back. This is not 3 plodding 7-footers where you're just saying, fine, whatever you do in offense, we're going to beat you back the other end of the court. Those guys can run also. I never would have thought, but when you're asking me about the surprise contender, and I wish I had a ticket in Vegas or somewhere on them, the Cavaliers are a hell of a story. And what they've done against the Heat cannot be understated.
Yeah, and JB Bickerstaff, by the way, and somebody asked about Eric Spoelstra being in Coach of the Year conversation. I want to make sure I get this right. Lenny asking about Coach of the Year conversation. I think it's a great question. I want to get to that in a minute. But Bickerstaff has to be your early runaway for that, and it's because of how bad we thought the Cleveland Cavaliers were going to be.
Yes, we thought we thought them. Remember, I said this on our show on Pallet Rock City Inside the Paint a couple of times. I said you cannot lose to Detroit, you cannot lose to Cleveland, you cannot lose to Orlando. Well, they've lost to all of them except to Orlando. But the difference is the loss to Cleveland don't feel as bad as I thought they would. Because when I'm watching Cleveland, I'm going, holy crap, that Darius Garland's a damn good player.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and Evan Mobley is the rookie of the year, or at least now is the front runner for that also. So I don't feel as bad about the losses to Cleveland. The loss to Detroit, I feel really bad. I love the fact the Heat are playing Detroit again on Thursday. That if you want to make a statement that was a one-off, you run them out of your gym like you did Indiana last night.
Yeah, and by the way, I think they will. We'll talk about that when we talk about the upcoming games. But I also think, Ira, and this is to your point, it's a styles make fights thing, right?
Yes.
And those of you that know me know that I'm a Saints fan. The Saints are not better right now than the Tampa Bay Buccaneers,
right?
But their defense is perfectly built to stop Tom Brady. And you go back to last year and what they did against the Tampa Bay Bucs, except in the playoffs when Jared Cook fumbled the football when they were driving to take a big lead. But anyway, I'm going back and being sad. But the point is that the Saints have a fantastic defensive line. They've got a really good secondary. They've got exactly what you need to attack Tom Brady to where you're not going to have to blitz the guy. The Cleveland Cavaliers have a certain formula, and having these big guys where, as great as PJ Tucker is and has been for the Miami Heat, as great as he was, frankly, against Cleveland, he doesn't have the length. And when you're having to try to slow those guys down on the board, you can only accommodate, you can only compensate for being a shorter big man in so many ways. It's still a
big man's league, as Omar Yurtseven is showing with his rebounding lately.
Right.
Absolutely.
And so if maybe when you play them with a Bam Adebayo, but also a Markieff Morris, you have more bodies to throw out there, and maybe I'm not going to say I'm scared to play Cleveland in the first round.
I agree. That's an statement.
But as far as the teams that I think you can reasonably say the Heat, I think, are better than when they're healthy, that's the team matchup wise, which goes back to the original question.
And I do when we come back from our break now on Pallet Rock City Inside the Paint, want to go at you because I think I disagree a little bit with your take on COVID protocols and where the Miami Heat stand and where Adam Silver has the league going. And I think I got a little bit of a different thought. So I think after this break, when we finally get into that, the ultimate COVID tease, it is something that I want to get to.
So we're up against the break, but to finish the question, Western Conference team in the finals. Which Western Conference team do you think would be?
You know what? I'm not thinking that way. I think that would be sort of, a little bit too haughty and a little bit too arrogant at this point to say what team can the Heat beat in the Western Conference Finals. I know what I've seen against them, against Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets, and I think one they might lose or get very injured, and I still believe there are 2 Jokic brothers out there. So between you and me, I'd rather avoid them because I don't need a street alley fight right there. But you know what? If at any point this season, you and I are seriously talking about who the Heat might face in the NBA Finals in the West, I'm all up for it, but probably not in December.
All right, let's hit your point about COVID protocols and how the NBA is attacking it and how the Heat can counteract this coming up next right here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a good rack? Pallet Rack City. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support. For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. If it's hardcore hoops you desire, make sure you subscribe to the Big O Radio Show and never miss an episode of Inside the Paint. Let's get back to the Palette Rack City Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back, home stretch right here on Inside the Paint. Make sure to drop your questions and your comments in the chat. You guys really help drive this show.
And this is also the segment when we find out if Clay Ferraro's road internet is better than his home internet, because, and actually now I've actually prepared a 2-minute soliloquy. So if you ever disappear from the box over there on the right, that I'm able to cover. But I think that the internet might be better in a cooler weather climate.
So I logged off and logged back
really?
on. Typically, for whatever reason, it's when I don't log off in that second break that it goes away in the third. Despite the fact that I called Xfinity and upgraded my internet. But so anyway, Ira, you wanted to disagree with me on the COVID protocols, how the Heat are approaching it, and how the NBA is approaching this. Clay, so let's fight. Let's get out of it right now.
I actually am going to agree with you and then just take the point a little further. Because you've heard from other people, and the Heat have been very vigilant about testing their employees. Yesterday, basically the entire building was out getting tested. Bunch of positives came back. They told people, step away from the team. We've seen Jason Jackson be away from the team. There's been another member of the staff away from the team. One of the producers was, unfortunately, television producers left behind in Philadelphia on the last trip. I think he's finally out of, I don't want to say COVID prison, because when you're in the Ritz-Carlton, there are worse places to be.
Well, and let me cut you off real quick to add to that point. My buddy Andy Slater tweeted out yesterday over 20 security staff and FTX arena workers tested positive, and had to be kept home.
And it just is. So, look, the Heat are being as vigilant as they can. They're trying to protect their customers, their employees, and their fans as much as they can. But Clay, there's nothing people are doing wrong if we test positive. And I think that needs to be clarified. So when you're saying that the Heat are doing a good job, maybe better than other teams, it happens. There is no badge of shame of testing positive for COVID. There is a badge of shame of not testing for COVID. There's a badge of shame of not protecting your fellow human beings, in not doing whatever you can to make things better. So I do think it's only logical that the Heat will have their COVID moment. Again, the testing yesterday at the arena was for the staffers. The NBA will not begin daily mandatory team testing until the 26th, the day after Christmas. The concern is a lot of people coming from out of town, a lot of players getting on planes, using the 2-day break, mostly unless the teams are playing Christmas, for visiting with family. And I do think just the odds are when the Heat start testing as a team, you will see players falling by the wayside. The irony being, players are coming back from injury, that for all Jimmy has done in fighting this bruised tailbone, for all Bam has done in recovering from his thumb surgery, for all Markieff Morris has done in trying to get past his Nikola Jokic-induced whiplash, they're still just like everyone else out there, you, me, Big O, still vulnerable to a virus that's just airborne right now. So I don't think we should condemn any team because they have 5, 6, 8, 10 players in protocol. It's just the times in the life we're living. The shame of it is, and I use these different words now, I'm not calling it an asterisk season. I'm sick of that. I'm sick of going back to the bubble and what people said about the Heat. But it's a compromise season. The season has been compromised. We're not seeing the best players on a nightly basis. We're not seeing standings as they should shake out based on talent. And therefore, Clay, we are not going to see playoff seedings and matchups based on the logical value of what each team is. So it's a compromise season, but you move forward. And if one day you report on Local 10, I report at the Sun Sentinel, the Heat have 2, 3, 5, 8 players, it's nobody's fault. It's not for lack of trying. I'm not getting political here. You can listen to your other different left, right-wing shows or whatever, but it's just part of it. Some people are doing the best they can, and unfortunately, even the best you can do sometimes isn't enough in this COVID climate.
No. So look, let's make the distinction here. I think if you're getting political, you're discussing what should be. We're discussing what is, and this is what is. The league, the schedule, the regular season schedule is absolutely compromised. I mean, you can't even logically make an argument otherwise.
Right.
I think where I would approach this is what Adam Silver is saying, and I actually kind of fall in line with this, is the regular season schedule is and wins, losses within the regular season. It's less important than let's get to the playoffs and let's hope that everybody is safe and healthy come playoff time. Because Ira, I don't know that it really matters if you've got it. Let's go back to last season, right? I don't care if the Heat had been playing the Bucks and the Heat were the 3 seed or the Bucks were the 6. The Bucks were going to wipe the floor with the Heat last year. The Bucks were just better. They were better built to face them. So I don't think that having the Brooklyn Nets, and right now the number 1 seed, so it doesn't really matter, but let's say they were to drop to the 5 and they ended up playing a team that's the 4 in the first round and have to play there as opposed to playing them in the second round, getting home court advantage. To me, that's not nearly as important as just making sure you get to the. So I think the regular season is compromised, but I think what Adam Silver kind of said yesterday, and I think it's something we've been saying as long as we've been around this league, the regular season and the results in the regular season don't matter nearly as much as they do in, say, the NFL, for example. And the NBA regular season is about moments. It's about what Steph Curry did in New York and how cool that was. It's about who's your scoring leader. It's about who's your all-NBA team. It's about awards. It's not about winning. It's about
unless a quality playoff contender is forced out of the mix. Philadelphia.
Now that's yes.
Joel Embiid had very serious symptoms and missed time. Tobias Harris
different.
missed time. I think when you and I were talking about our leading contenders in the East, we didn't know what was going to happen with Ben Simmons. Obviously, there'll be a trade at some point. We love trades. But the Sixers deserve to be in the tournament. Now, the beauty of the current NBA playoff system is this. 20 of 30 teams get a chance. It might be in the playoff round where you have to win consecutive games to play on, but at least you get a chance. So there only are 10 teams that are discarded at the end of the regular season. So the odds of a true contender falling to number 11, I'm not sure New York fans would disagree with this, but you're not in a number 11 team that's going to win a championship anyway. So you didn't get screwed there. Here's my question to you, Clay, and this is premature, especially from the guy who, before the last break here at Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint, said, let's not talk playoffs. Right now, Giannis Antetokounmpo is in protocols. Right now, Trae Young is in protocols. Right now, Kevin Durant is in protocols. We're in the playoffs. We've moved forward. We used our way back forward machine. We're in the postseason. Would you pause the playoffs then if Kevin Durant couldn't play, if Trae Young couldn't play, if Giannis Antetokounmpo couldn't play?
No, and I think we're going to get to the point in the playoffs, and this is just my read on this. I almost think when we get to the playoffs, and look, this is kind of based on where we're at with Omicron and what we think maybe lesser symptoms. this is just guessing, okay? Not an epidemiologist here. But if we get to the point where thankfully the symptoms seem to be less, right?
Mhm.
Even if you get it, I think come playoff time, you may see the NBA sliding a little bit more towards what the NFL is doing when it comes to testing, and which is, look, if you're vaccinated, and by the way, Shams Charania is just reporting the Nets and Blazers postponed, so some breaking news right there. So more Nets games being postponed. But if we get to the playoffs and you're seeing players who are, they're vaccinated, they're boosted, and everybody who gets Omicron is okay, I think you're going to go to less testing, and I think you're going to have more asymptomatic players that just aren't being tested to where
And I
you won't
agree,
have that.
especially because honestly, if you're going to pause for a player, then you'd pause for the 10-day period they're using right now.
Exactly.
And the one thing I think you have to stop is this treadmill of delayed seasons and shortened off seasons. 2 years ago, 2020,
Yes.
the Heat were playing in the NBA Finals in October. Last season, we didn't get to the draft and free agency until August. Then you had the Olympics. Then boom, you're right back in the season. If you push this again into July and push your summer league and everything, you're in this constant treadmill of trying to catch up with yourself, where hopefully there is an end game where COVID becomes an endemic instead of a pandemic. You manage it like you do flu season and you move forward. So I agree with all that. So it will be compromised to some degree. But I think, Clay, what this is all doing is taking some of the taint away from the Heat being in the 2020 NBA Finals. When people go, oh no, that was an asterisk season. Life is full of asterisks. Players have missed NBA Finals. I remember covering the Lakers back in the day when Byron Scott got injured before that championship series, and the Lakers had no chance because of their injuries. Remember Isaiah Thomas being injured in that one Finals when he was playing on one leg. It's
Kevin
part
Durant,
of the lore.
Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson a couple years ago.
Yeah, a perfect example there, what happened. Or even Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love before that, when the Cavaliers were injured. Now, I know people look at illness different than injury because injury generally tends to happen as part of the game. Illness happens away from the court, but I think you just have to adjust to all of that. What I tell everyone is this, and you're talking about games that are being canceled, postponed rather. We're going to see that on Christmas Day also. Enjoy what you can when you can, because at the end of the day, this is simply entertainment. And there is no time, I think, maybe other than wartime in our history, when entertainment has been more important. Was last night's Heat Pacers game meaningful in the grand scheme of anything? Probably not even in the seedings. But Clay, it sure as hell was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that's what this is all about. And by the way, I think more so than ever, it's what the regular season in the NBA is all about. And that's where I go back to what Adam Silver was saying yesterday. It's, he can't find any logical reason to pause the NBA season. And I think his actions have backed that up, which is we're going to not just allow teams to go out and sign players that aren't on their current roster to fill spots when guys test positive. We're going to force them to do that because we need to play on with these games. And so, Ira, yes, I think there's no difference to me if the Brooklyn Nets are the 1 seed or the 6. There's no difference to me if the Heat finish in the 2 seed or the 5. It's
as long as you keep them top 6.
As long as keep them top 6. Or honestly, frankly, if you can't as the 7 seed, and you've got Kevin Durant, James Harden, and maybe Kyrie, if you can't beat the 8 seed, then I don't want to hear it. So it's, and again, that's not being heartless about what the virus. This is about, hey, get there. And as long as you have the group of teams in some form or fashion playing meaningful games after the season, then I think that's all that matters. But as far as right now, it has been really not surprising to me, but I think it's kind of clarified and crystallized the difference between how the NBA views this, how the NFL views this, and how the NHL views this as they shut things down. All right,
the one difference is the NHL has something none of the other league has. They built in a 2.5-week Olympic break.
Exactly.
If they don't have the Olympic break, they have. I know there's other events, but they have 2.5 weeks to make this all good. That's the equivalent of the NBA last season dealing with cancellations in the first half of the season because they didn't release the schedule for the second half of the season until midseason when they could make it up. This year, we all thought we were pretty much free and clear. They gave us all 82 games. It's a lot harder to schedule back. After the Christmas break, the Heat go out on this hellacious trip. They go to San Antonio, then to Houston, then to Sacramento, then to Golden State, then to Portland, then to Phoenix, then to Atlanta. Oh, my God. And you simply can't send them back to the West Coast late in the season if you're postponing those games. It just doesn't work on the schedule. So the NHL has that built-in advantage. So why is the NHL postponing games? Because they have a 2.5-week swath where they've already said they're not going to Beijing. They're not going to China for the Winter Olympics, so they can do it. That's the difference. And you know what? You still get to see some quality players out there also mixed in, and there's no guarantee when you buy that ticket that a player wasn't going to be injured. No one bought these Heat tickets saying, I'm not going to see Jimmy Butler, I'm not going to see Bam Adebayo. It's sort of a caveat emptor thing. Now it just deals with illness as well.
All right, so let's close this out with what we always do here on Inside the Paint. Let's look at the upcoming schedule. And, you mentioned it earlier. You kind of get a chance for get back against the Detroit Pistons coming up. What do the Heat have to do to change what we saw in Detroit?
Well, they're playing longer defenders against Kyle Lowry, but I think other guys have stepped up. I do think there's a decent chance that Jimmy Butler makes it back. I think he wanted one more game. But I think this could be the game, especially if he was sitting at home watching what happened Sunday in Detroit. So I think that's good for the Heat. I think Caleb Martin, because of protocols and certain hard testing and other things, might not be back until Sunday against Orlando. But if you lose twice in the same week to the Detroit Pistons, you then have to swap out rosters with the Sioux Falls Skyforce and go to the G League instead. I can't fathom that. I don't know what the betting parlay is, but I would imagine the odds on picking Detroit in consecutive games against the Heat, including one at FTX Arena, probably would pay off your mortgage. So I think you take care of that. Again, the schedule's soft now. Then you come back. You have a game against Orlando. You have a light schedule until you go west. You even have San Antonio and Houston, which for what they are, they're coming around. They're not the same. And then Sacramento, because then after that, like I said, you have games where you're going against the Warriors, where you're going against a Blazers team that's desperate, where you're going against Phoenix, who's been world beaters, and 2 against the Hawks. You've got to make hay right now, whether someone's in or whether someone's out, and it has to start. I mean, there's no worse feeling. There could be no worse feeling than going to your 2-day Christmas break off a loss to the Pistons, and I think the Heat realized that.
I thought you were about to say it can be no worse feeling going into your Christmas losing 2 games unless you're in Cleveland, which is where I am right now.
I want to go easy with you, but again,
you'll
help Baker with the laundry, you'll be fine.
The kids got to see snow. It was awesome. It was really cool. No, look, you got to take advantage. You got to take care of business now because, as we've said, you don't know how this thing is going to shake out. And, let's close this by saying, I said, I don't care where these teams finish as long as you get into the playoffs and hopefully top 6. As long as you've got your full rosters come playoff time, that's all that really matters. But the Heat haven't had their outbreak, and hopefully they don't, man. Hopefully there's nothing that happens. But, when you do, you want to be able to look back on these games and say, we took advantage of a Detroit at home. We took advantage of an Orlando when we could play them, and you were able to get the wins when you did. All right, a lot more Big O show coming up next. Thanks, as always, for hanging out with us right here on Inside the Paint. We'll see you again next week.
You've been listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Clay Ferraro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button to support Inside the Paint. If you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business, there's only one choice: Pallet Rack City. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at FLPDjobs.com. That's FLPDjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer. When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826. or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. The point statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty. Yes, sir. Good morning. Once again, welcome aboard. Great job by Ira and Clay, as always, with the little Pallet Rack City inside the paint show. And, folks, if you do own a business, a large business, a warehouse, and you do want to get organized, please call Eddie Pereira and all the great people at Pallet Rack City, okay? They will take care of you. And I'm not talking about just South Florida, also on the west coast of Florida and on the Gold Coast of Florida. So up there in Fort Pierce in that area and Martin County and all of that stuff. So if you happen to have a business, Pallet Rack City can help you out, okay? They do great work. Eddie Pereira, 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547 for Pallet Rack City. All right. It's a beautiful thing. Anyway, good day today. We feeling good. We crossed the 10 million download mark. That is amazing. 8 million of those since June 14th. I can't say enough. We kind of talked a little bit about it late last week that this moment was coming this week, and really psyched because we're going over, it's we go over 1 million in less than 3 weeks almost. Really, it's just a little like 2.5 weeks or something like that, a little over that. We're averaging 1.8 million downloads a month now. So thank you all out there. I am so proud of the direction the show is going in and the way it has grown immensely in a really, really short time. It's only 5.5 months that we restarted the podcast and then obviously added all the elements that we've added, kind of like what we just had right now in Pallet Rack City inside the paint show. It's funny because I was talking to a gentleman that is he's looking to join the family, right? And so he goes, you guys realize that you're actually doing sports talk when they don't do sports talk. And I go, yeah, exactly. There isn't a lot of sports talk left, Most of the time people just want to clown around and goof off on the air, and there's nothing wrong with that. Plenty of people want to deal with that and they want to be entertained by that. And that's cool. And listen, we're going to have our moments where, we try to be entertaining, try to be funny and, have a good time. But when it comes to, actual sports talk, I think it doesn't even come close anywhere in South Florida to what we've been able to already to start to put together. I'm not done yet. Okay. We're going to build a lot more here, but this mind here is working on a lot of other things to make it really expand. All the things that I wanted to do with others, but they weren't ready to provide what? Well, then, you know what? We'll do it on our own and we'll build it slowly but surely. And that's it, man. and we'll do it without any stinking corporate entity telling me what to do and what not to do. So thank you all out there, man. 10 million downloads. Thank you. Make sure you smash the like button, whether you're listening to the podcast, whether you're watching on YouTube right now. Make sure you subscribe, you hit the notification bell. All of these things are incredibly important, including visiting American Dream Lending and Yves Sham, who does an excellent job, which several of you already have called American Dream Lending, and you're in a much better place thanks to the great people there at American Dream Lending. Anyway, what else do we have here? Lots of people already on the chat board. I would imagine Steve Chapman. No, David Triano was first today. He got in before Chapman. Wow. In fact, Chapman was fourth. Wow. Steve, you're slacking. Triano was in from San Jose. He says, oh, looks like Duncan Robinson listened to the show yesterday. Great win against Indiana, including that 3 by Udonis. Loved it. Yes, it was good. And now, I don't know if you listened to the show, but that's a nice first step for Duncan Robinson yesterday. Nice first step. Keep it going, kid. You got 95 million, right? Let's go. They need you. But watching all the other guys, man, Okpala do his thing, Strus do his thing, Yurtsevin. I mean, all of this is developing, man. And this is good because now Yurtsevin will be better prepared for the second half of the season when he does have to come off the bench. You know, it's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. See Gus 1388 in. And Triana says, congrats. So that's a huge milestone testament to all of you and Sean do every day in the week. On to 100 million. Yes, sir. On to 100 million. Damn straight. That'll be a lot of fun. So we're pacing for 20. So, you know, this time next year, we're talking about 30 million downloads. You know, hopefully everything goes well. So that's it's pretty damn impressive, man. I got to say, thank you all out there. What else do we have here? Scummy is in the house. Gus 1388. Kyle in. C. Dola. GP Trap Hewitt. Ian from Brooklyn. John Santos. Let's see. What else do we see here? David Pridham. Tony, how much longer is Markieff Morris going to be out? Yeah, I don't know. But I was don't take any more cheap shots, so that way you don't have to deal with the retaliation. Hawaiian Punch is in. Lenny Pena is in. How come Spo doesn't get Coach of the Year consideration? He's always managed to get the best out of these undrafted players. Lenny, I don't know if you know, but I'm pretty sure. Sean, maybe you can look it up for me, but I'm pretty damn sure that Spo was voted by, I think last year, Coach of the Year by his peers. Okay, I think all the coaches in the NBA voted him Coach of the Year. I think. If it was last year or the year before or something, I forgot what it was, but you know, he gets incredible respect from his peers. Forget about you and me and the media. We don't matter, but we all know that Spo is, if he's not the best coach in the league, he's second to Pops. That's it. It's either one or two. And that's all. Right now, one or two. There's no three for Spo. So I don't know. I mean, at this point, he proves it all the freaking time, dude. And he has turned over his coaching staff a couple of times already. I believe like 3 times he's turned over his coaching staff. Remember what I've told you about another coach in town, that it's not just about finding one offensive staff. You're going to have to find them over and over again because you're going to lose coaches. So can you then hire and continue the thing? And if you look at Spo, he has hired and hired and hired and continued. In fact, when he first took over, he kind of inherited a coaching staff and then made his own changes. Okay. Let's see what else. JP is in. Daniel Grafton is in. JP says Miami hasn't had a duo like Ira and Clay since Jason Taylor and Zach Thomas. I like that. Omar Lopez, Thomas Jensen, NorCal is in. And Thomas, thank you, thank you. Troy Ortiz, Nico, thank you, Nico. Dougie Fresh is in. Mike Schroll says West Palm Beach in the Gold Coast, Northwest Pilot in the Treasure Coast. There you go. Okay. So West Palm Beach, Gold Coast, Northwest Pilot is the Treasure Coast. All right. So whether you live in South Florida, the Gold Coast, the Treasure Coast, or on the West Coast, okay, Pilot Rock City can handle it all. That's my point. All right. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you. Lenny Pena says, good morning from Port St. Lucie. All right. Roderick Freeman, Thomas Flores, Cal Grow, Rosendo says, good morning, Big O Nation. Today is a new day. With every new day, there is a new beginning. A grateful human makes a good soul. May you always remain grateful for everything that you have in life. Amen to that, dude. Amen to that. Every day is a damn blessing. GP Trap Hewitt. NorCal says 2008 today. Big O listener every day. Thank you for all your hard work and dedication you bring to the real meat of the matter. 2021 blind ass fan of the year. You got it, NorCal. Thank you. Let's see what else. Oh, does expanding the show mean you will soon have a fine as hell weather woman? It's interesting that you mention a fine woman, because I was actually talking to somebody yesterday about a sponsor that would join us and that there would be a fine woman involved in the whole thing. So, yeah, it's just the mind is working constantly. Okay. We're trying to grow. So, yes, the sad part is, although it's kind of been a blessing, we could actually, we've grown a lot in 5.5 months. Okay. What Sean and I have been able to do, along with Miguel, along with obviously all of the great insiders that have joined us and everything, has been just stupendous. Okay. We've got great sponsors and we're building on those sponsors already. The crazy part is that if I had like 2 legitimate salespeople working with us, we probably would grow even faster and lock a whole bunch of things that I want to do on the road already down. But it's just one of those things, man. You can't grow as fast as you would want, and we're trying because I know that this town, not this town, I know that the South Florida sports fan around the world desperately needs a platform that really covers South Florida sports. So we will be that platform. I guarantee you that. There's no doubt in my mind that we'll establish it all and we'll get it done. It's a process. But thank you all out there, whether you're donating on Cash App or Venmo, whether you're visiting one of our sponsors, you name it, man. Whether you're smashing the like button, which is super important. All of those things are incredibly important. And by the way, smash that like button. So thank you all out there. So, yes, you'll see fine women and other things expanding. Checking in from Houston, says Mike Honcho, worried about the Saints defense. Hopefully we focus heavily on the run. Well, Mike, I talked about that yesterday. And with the improvement of the offensive line, I saw Barry Jackson writing the article about Austin Jackson, and Austin was talking about it, and everybody's talking about it, how it's, he's improving at guard, and that might be the better position for him. Which in the end, to me, it doesn't matter where these guys find a spot. And as I've told you over and over and over and over again, that we had so many people overreacting and thinking that every draft pick sucked. And I told you that there's no way that all 5 linemen were going to suck. So some of these guys are going to develop. Now, are all 5 going to develop? I mean, as I told you, if they do, then you've got to sign Chris Greer to a 20-year extension, okay? Because, you're only supposed to hit on maybe 2 or 3 of the 5. That's it. That's what you're supposed to do. So we'll find out as time goes on, but you're seeing some signs of life from these guys. It's 2 years of play. So you've got to start trying to figure it out on your own at one point or another. And clearly, Austin is figuring it out more at guard. And they're going to need that against the Saints. If the Saints are going to win, if the Dolphins are going to beat the Saints and win that game, they have to be able to have some success on the ground. Because if you're just going to pass, and you're going to allow Davenport and Cam Jordan to come after your ass, that's going to be a long night. That's going to be a really rough night. And Tua can't even hold the ball for 1.8 seconds. He's going to have to get rid of that ball with a quickness. This is going to be the toughest test that the line has had in the last couple of weeks, last 2 months, let's say. So this is going to be a bitch of a test. They shut down Tom Brady and that offense, and Miami's offense is nowhere near the juggernaut that they are. And they were going into that game humming. All right? So, yeah, I'm really nervous about this one. I'm with you all the way. I'm really, really nervous. But you're 1,000% right, sir. They've got to be able to have some success on the ground. Not dominate, because that would be unrealistic for us to expect them to dominate the Saints on the ground. But they've got to do something on the ground. I'm with you there. Let's see what else. Michael Fernandez is in. Ray Varnikis is in. Michael says, congrats on the numbers, Big O. Your show is the only sports show I listen to, whether live or later at night. Thank you. Rock on. Appreciate you. David says, actually in Orlando, Florida, San Jose, California would mean I'd never get any sleep. Commenting that early. Okay. All right, I got you. I'm always freaking out when you're on early and you say San Jose. I'm like, holy crap. Robert Salgado is in the house. He says, listening to your show from Humboldt, Texas. Great freaking show, boss. Many blessings. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate you. Much love. Irving Figueroa is listening. Sorry, Google Voice Translator. It should have said that south of West Palm is the Gold Coast. North of West Palm is the Treasure Coast until Volusia County, where it becomes the Space Coast to Flagler. Well, either way, my point is that Pallet Rock City, all right, covers all of that East Coast right there, and then covers the West Coast too. So call my boys at Pallet Rock City if you happen to own a business and you need to get that thing organized. You call the boys at Pallet Rock City, 305-424-8547. Okay? Either way, whatever coast you're on Florida, call them. Hakeem Muhammad says, Big O, once he's finished with crappy QAM, surely you're going to have on-air interview with Joe Rose. Got to do it, right? We'll ask Joe to come on. Why not? Yeah, sure. I'd love to have Joe on. I'm sure he's not. Don't expect Joe to work, bro. You know, I think Joe's paid his dues, bro. No. Joe's paid his dues and a half. Okay. All right. Nobody's grinded like that guy in our town. All right. When it comes to electronic media, I don't know if there's anybody that's worked harder than that dude for the last 30 years. So he's paid his dues. He's earned his cash. He's earned his time. He's probably going to have plenty time off. But yeah, I would love to bother him every once in a while and get him on and have some fun. Yes, there's no doubt about it. Would love to. But he has earned time to just chill, man. Peaster83 says, lost my father this year to COVID, and he always said that you were the best radio host in Florida. I've been very depressed, but your show is one of the things that keeps me going. Wow, that's Peaster. Thank you, man. That is too kind, and my thoughts and prayers, my condolences to you and your family in losing your dad. I know for me, I was as close as it gets to my dad, and it's something that I have not recovered from since I lost him. And he was 51 when I lost him, and I'm 55. So it kind of sucks that I lost him at such a young age. And it's just the worst part about it. It's just like losing my best friend Bill a couple weeks ago. And these are things that you just never recover from. That's the worst part about it. You know, these are things that we're always going to every day. My dad something of my dad, memory, something goes through my mind. And it's doing the same thing with my best friend, with Bill. Every day there's something, in this studio, I can't sit and look at that chair right there to my right and not think of Bill, because that's the dude that was sitting there all the time in this studio. So I feel for you, my brother, and thank you for those kind words. We are just trying to survive here every single day, man. Thank you. Jason says, good morning. Crypto is booming today. Yes, it is. Polygon is at 267 the last time I checked. I told you, right? Didn't I tell you that Polygon. Okay? Been loading up on the Star Atlas too. I'm gonna let that has to sit there for a long time, for over a year. Okay. And then maybe we'll have an absolute shot. 2017 NBA co-coach of the year. That's when it was. It was 17. Wow, was that long ago? When Spo won it? Wow. So anyway, going back to Polygon, I told you guys about Polygon, that Polygon was ready to go on a parabolic run. This whole thing, that it's really on the future side, on the stock side, that's kind of been holding back everything here on the crypto side, because the crypto market is strong. But if the dollar isn't, which the dollar's been going up actually, but if the dollar, struggles, or the stock market struggles, obviously it's going to affect a little bit in the crypto market. It's been doing it. It didn't knock it down completely, but it did slow it down and kept it trading sideways. Now it's starting. You're right. It's starting to go up, and I'm looking at Poly, and it's at 266 right now, man. Last time I checked, it was 267. So it's riding, man. It is riding. I hope a lot of you took advantage of it. Polygon's up 11.4%. Polkadot's up almost 9%. Cardano's up 5%. VeChain's close to 5%. Shiba Inu's up 13%. So you've got a bunch of stuff that is absolutely riding right now. Solana is up 3.5%. Terra, which has been on a tear, is up 9% now. I mean, Terra's at $92, dude. Great coin. Those of you that invest in Terra, you are winning big time. Chainlink starting to move now, up 5.5%. It's up to over $20. Chainlink is very good. That's a very good investment. Got to have patience sometimes, but you should be able to enjoy a lot with Chainlink down the line. So a whole bunch of things are just absolutely riding right now in crypto. Love it. And love watching Polygon explode, because I've been waiting for that. And now that it's also deflationary, that they added the EPPI 1559 like they did with Ethereum, it's going, baby. It's going. Jay Gelfin says, good morning, Orlando and Sean. I've never understood why less than half the fans in the chat smash the like button and ring the subscribe bell. Well, I mean, I don't know either. I mean, you're on there, just hit the like button and get it going for us. You're tuning in, you're watching, help the show grow. Hitting the like button is something that is really easy to do. I agree, and it helps us grow in a big time way. So if you can, I'd appreciate it immensely if you can hit that like button. What else do we have here? Salgado says, Matic, baby. There you go. D. Doral says, GM Big O, I haven't heard holding 73 is in about 5 games. Oh, yeah. No, he's getting better, man. Guard might be his home. And 18 for a guard is nothing. I don't care where any of these guys end up. Just fill a spot, dude. If Hunt can find a spot, and Eichenberg can find a spot, and Jackson can find a spot, then, the draft's been an enormous success for the offensive line. And if Dieter finds a home at center, then it's been a monster. You know what I'm saying? So it's just one of those things. We just got to have patience and give it some time. And hopefully next year they can get like a real offensive line coach and watch those guys grow even more. Barry Brennan says he's listening from Arizona. Thank you, Barry. Barry, thank you. I appreciate you. Irving says Tua has to make smarter decisions versus the Saints. This is a much better defense than the Jets and is a very opportunistic one at that, if you know what I mean. Yes, Irving, there's no doubt. I think last week was a couple of things. One, off for 2 weeks. That's why the defense also started off shady, and then they got it going, and they figured it out. And then also not having any Waddle. And so Waddle's the one guy that gets separation and the one guy that he can feed off of to then go to everybody else. I think having Waddle back this week will then open it up for everybody else, and I think it'll put Tua in a groove a little bit more, and I think he won't make the kind of mistakes he made this past week against the Jets. But it was ugly. He's got to play better. There's no doubt about it. It wasn't a great week for Tua. It wasn't a good week for Tua. It wasn't an average week for Tua. It wasn't even decent. It was very mediocre this week, what he did. He's better than that, and you got to hold him to that higher standard. Marcos Morales says Duncan had those cojones last night. That's right. The BB's dropped a little bit. He's got to keep doing it. One game is a nice start. Now you got to keep going. Thursday against Detroit, you need to do it again. Reem Rose says if Spo don't get Coach of the Year, I'm punching the air. Just watch out with that shoulder, Reem. All right, take care of that shoulder, bro. Don't want you throwing out that shoulder. Buck signed Le'Veon Bell, no repeat for the champs. He's the bad luck Schleprock. Thomas says the Big O and the Big Dog would be epic, especially listening to some of the old Shula stories R-rated. Yeah, that's true. You can, Irving Figueroa says, I have $52 of Polygon. Nice. There you go, Irving. Now it's 55. It'll grow more, man. It'll grow more. But it looks like you just recently bought it. I wish you would have bought it a little earlier when we were talking about it, because your money would your money would be close to doubling now. Close. Not there yet, but close. Big O, it would be awesome to get the Big Dog and Bo Camper on together. Those are two terrific guys. Any thoughts on Matic going into price discovery? I'm sorry, Robert. I don't understand what do you mean by price discovery? I think Matic's going to explode is what I think. It'll probably go to like $8 to $10. I think eventually is where I see Matic. And it'll continue to grow with time because it's deflationary. So as they burn more Matic and less Matic is available, only one thing happens, right? It goes up. Reggie Mole is listening from Fort Worth, Texas. Love the show. Thank you, sir. Stephen McDonald says Glasgow Celtic Football Club, Scotland. Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate you, my man. Sage McKinley says, morning, Big O. I agree with Dougie saying about the Dolphins play up to our opponents like the Ravens. I think we'll give the Saints a good challenge and squeeze out a win. I hope so, man. I hope so. I believe, I do believe that too. I think the Dolphins will play their asses off this week. And if they win, there's no doubt it's going to be a close one. There's no doubt. Brian Morgado says Tua needs to shine in primetime game to silence all the media haters. It'll help a little bit, but it's not going to silence those people. It's going to take next season to take the team to the playoffs and really, shine for people to kind of, because in a way, what Tua's doing now is season 2 of Josh Allen. Remember? Like Josh Allen's first year was a disaster. Tua's wasn't. But whatever, we'll treat Tua differently. Then Allen improved in his second year and then exploded in his third. So Tua had a decent rookie year, and he's having a solid second year. He needs to explode in the third. And then that's when I think you'll get the doubters, the non-believers, the haters, whatever adjective you want to use to describe them. I think that will then lead to shut them up, and then we can move on. And you can, you see how, who was that threw out a stat yesterday? Was it Omar that Josh Allen and Tua have the same average per pass or something like that. It's like right around the same. So for all the size and everything that Josh Allen has, he's averaging the same per throw that Tua has. You know what I mean? So just one of those things. I have a feeling that the national media won't be satisfied with Tua unless he throws 6 touchdowns, 750 yards on Monday, with each TD being a 75-yard bomb in the air. Yeah, that would about do it. Professor EDR says, "What's up, Bo? In Kentucky for vacation, listening live, and I already smashed the like button. Thank you, sir." And Professor, bring us back a little bourbon. You're in Kentucky. All right, Sean and I are going to be at Sports Grill on Monday night. You know, I would, Professor, I would not be mad. You know, if I don't know if you live in Kentucky, you say vacationing, right? So if you live in South Florida, I'm not sure if you live here in South Florida, but if you do live here in South Florida, Professor, and you're coming back, well, you know, right, Sean, nothing wrong with bringing back a little Kentucky bourbon, so we can, you know, serve a little shot and have a shot of you know, celebration on Monday night after the Dolphins beat the Saints. So, you know, I'm not putting any pressure on you. I'm not putting any expectations on you. But we'll see you on Monday. Let's see. Dana Buse says the Dolphins usually come out and stink it up on Monday night. Hopefully we can bring out some new wrinkles on offense this week. Come on, man, Dana. Have some faith that the boys are going to play well. I think they will. You get back you get Javon Holland back. So you get your safety back. You get back Waddle. You know what I mean? So, and you get Philip Lindsay back too. I like Miami's chances, man. Maybe Duke can prove me wrong, and he found the fountain of youth, and all of a sudden he's becoming every down back, something he's never been. Or maybe Philip Lindsay comes in and does a little something. You never know. Waddle will have his impact. Hopefully Tua will be consistent. Javon Holland, hopefully, you know, opens things up and allows the team to attack the hell out of Taysom Hill, a guy that I don't believe in. I got faith, man. I got faith that the Dolphins will play hard and they'll make it a game. I really do. I don't think they're going to stink it up. What's your feeling on Godsey now? Nothing. I'm not impressed by anything on offense at all. I'm not impressed by Flores. I'm not impressed by the coaching staff. Look, I put out a tweet yesterday, guys, because I understand that we have the whole prisoner of the moment thing, and there's a 6-game winning streak going on and all of that stuff. And so all of a sudden you think, oh my God, you know, what a great job Flores is keeping them together. And, you know, sometimes I just think it's players fighting through everything that's going on, and they kind of get through it. And so I want you to live in the macro, not in the micro. So I put this tweet out for you guys yesterday, and you can follow me on Twitter at Big O Show. And I put, don't be a prisoner of the moment. Keep it macro, not micro. In 2005, Saban and Fins started 3-7. 3-7. And then they ended with a 6-game winning streak to end 9-7. In 2008, Sperano started 2-4. Then went 9-1 to finish 11-5. In 2016, Gay started 1-4. Then went 9-2 to finish 10-6. So all of this stuff has been done before. And just like Chad Pennington hid a lot of the stuff because he didn't turn over the ball, you know, all that kind of stuff, it's the same thing here. I don't think it's Godsey. I think it's Tua bailing his ass out. I don't think it's Godsey. I think it's Waddle bailing his ass out. You understand? So I think it's some of the offensive linemen starting to play a slightly better. It's because they've been playing for 2 years now. And they're getting something, they're figuring something out. But it's not because anybody on the coaching staff is creating these incredible advantages for this team and mismatches and all that kind of stuff. So you're not going to get me to think some BS that there's anything special in this coaching staff. And as I've proven to you, this has happened in the past. In the last 20 years, other mediocre coaches also started piss poorly and then had monster finishes to really, it doesn't end up to be anything. So let's not make it more than what it is. Let's not make Flo, who makes 10,000 mistakes, like this past week against the Jets, going for it on 4th down in the middle of the field and throwing it on 3rd down. These are just idiotic, moronic things that coaches do constantly, and yet the players still have to overcome all this garbage. So let's not, pump the brakes. Relax. Okay? I'm going to give the players the credit that they're overcoming a lot of this crap that's around them. They don't have a coaching staff. Don't kid yourselves. It's a decent defensive staff, there's no doubt. Offensive staff, it is a terrible. It might be the worst offensive staff in the history of the Miami Dolphins. So don't kid yourselves on that. Don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. All this stuff has happened before. Don't be a prisoner of the moment. Let's see, what else do we have here on Le Programme? Herman Gonzalez, Senor Big O, salute. Thank you, Hermes. Thank you, Hermes. Appreciate you. Let's see what else. If Tua takes us to the playoffs this year and wins one playoff game, do we make him our franchise QB? Kevin, you're asking the wrong guy, dude. Tua's been the franchise QB, dude. I don't need him to take me to the playoffs. I know he's not the problem. I just talked about that. Tua's not the problem. His coaching is the problem. His head coach's decisions are the problem. Tua's not the problem. Tua's fine. Tua will be a star. Just get him a damn offensive line and a running game and receivers that can actually stay healthy, that are, consistent and competent and reliable like Waddle, and Tua will be a freaking star. Okay? Maybe you don't listen to the show much and you just kind of checked in for the first time, but I'm the wrong guy to ask about Tua. The only concern I ever have about Tua is durability. That's it. But if you get him a damn line and you get him a running game, he's smart enough to know when the blitz is coming and he'll get rid of it. But if you're going to be a bad team, knowing that kid, he's going to get in trouble. You know why? He's going to try to help get you out of trouble. So he's going to hang on to the ball a little longer. He's going to try to make some plays. He's going to force things, and it might be a mistake or he might get injured. That's his MO. So, because he's a selfless dude. So in order for the selfless dude not to take over and put his body at risk, right? Get him a damn running game and get him an offensive line and watch Tua become a superstar. That's it. So for those of you that are new, since I figured, that we're still adding new people every day here on the program. I'm not a Tua hater. I'm not a Tua disbeliever. I never have been that. The kid can play. Kid's got more than enough arm to play this game. He's got more than enough brains to play this game. What he doesn't have is support. And every quarterback needs some kind of support. I'm not telling you that it has to be perfect around him, because he's already proven that he can work with the imperfect. But, dude, it's got to be somewhat respectable. You need a respectable line. You need a respectable running game. There has to be some kind of a threat there. You get that for Tua, and the rest is history. He's fine. He will kick ass. Michael Myers, when he's not killing people, he's here listening to our show and says, I just want the trio on offense locked down for 5+ years of Waddle, Tua, and Jackson. I'm telling you now, that combo will get us 10-7. 10-7 didn't get us the playoffs last year, so how can we make the playoffs? Yeah, you got to improve everything else, my brother. And great job, Michael, slicing people up over the years. You are phenomenal how you still stay alive. I mean, she does her best to try to kill you all the time, and somehow or another, you survive all the time, Michael. Fires and stabbings and gunshots and hangers in the eye. I got to tell you, Mike, you're a stud, bro. Do you play tackle, Michael Myers? Because I figure, right? Somebody's blitzing you, you just whip out a knife, you slice off his arms. The guy will never be able to sack two again. So I don't know. I kind of like Michael Myers as my right tackle because that's one of the weaknesses. Jesse Davis, blindside for Tua. So, Mike, if you're available for tackle, bring knives. Are you considering keeping Parker? Or are you done with him? I love how they address it like I can keep him or let him go. If we're talking about Devontae Parker, oh no, I'm done already with him. I'm done. You got to get rid of Parker and obviously Fuller and get rid of Wilson and get rid of Preston Williams. Just get rid of all that crap already. Go get people that actually can stay on the field and they're reliable. I know, man, Parker, when healthy, can actually help you, but that's the problem. You don't know when he's going to stay healthy, and I don't have time for this. I'm like that lady in the meme. I ain't got no time for that. Lenny Pena says Tua's not even put in the best position by his coaches, and he still manages to overcome. That within itself is special. He's our franchise QB in my eyes. You're right, Lenny, and good eye on your part, because there's no doubt he's overcoming a lot of incompetence around him. Tank McBride says, only problem I have with Tua is staying healthy. Exactly. That's the only real issue we should have with Tua. But if you give him a line in a running game, there's a great chance he can stay healthy. Okay? Let's see. Carlos says, I agree with you. Devil's advocate. Godsey did change the offensive game when he saw Duke go nuts. At least he adapted. Yeah. No, there's no doubt. James Barry says, I read it's only happened one other time in NFL history that a team goes from 1-7 to 7-7. It was the Jets. Could you please check that if it's true? James, I can't be doing that on the air, bro. You know what I mean? I'm not exactly sure whether it's true or not. None of it matters to me. Doesn't matter to me. Let's see what happens in the next 3 games. Okay? Let's not get too high or too low about this. I just gave you 3 other examples in the last 20 years that the Dolphins have done a similar thing, where they started off really crappy and they finished really strong, and it really means nothing whatsoever. It just doesn't. It doesn't mean anything. So, let's not get too crazy about it. Finn's Tailgate says, with Duke and Lindsey balling out in the short, they've been here how low, man, on the totem pole. If they let one of these running backs go, who will it be? Well, it'll be Ahmed right now. Ahmed is the odd man out. You know what I mean? Michael says, thank you, sir. I got another movie in the works already. Damn, you are good, bro. You are good. Another movie in the works. And I saw the last one. Wasn't very good, by the way. I saw Spider-Man yesterday. I watched Spider-Man, what was it, Coming Home or whatever the hell it was. Went with the wife and the daughter over to the IMAX and saw the new Spider-Man. It was good, actually. All right, I'm not going to go and tell you, oh my God, it's the greatest movie of all time and this and that. But I was entertained, I'll tell you. They did a nice job of weaving all the Spider-Mans in there. References and things like that. I don't want to give too much away because obviously a lot of people have not seen it, but there's references from other ones, and you'll see and you'll notice it. But I enjoyed it. It was entertaining. It was worth it. Put it that way. Okay, I had a good night. Kept my mask on the entire time at the movie theater. All of us did, by the way. Can't say that about everybody else. Okay, but to each his own. And I'm, I got my shots and my booster and all that. But I think, I'm starting to see where we're going already. And folks, go back to being extra careful. Okay? Because that theater was pretty close to packed. I would say 95%. And I would say 90% weren't wearing masks. And I'm just telling you that this thing is spreading quickly. Things are shutting down. Do we want to go back to everything shutting down? That's what you've got to understand. You don't want everything shutting down, right? So if you don't want everything shutting down, do your part. Keep your distance. Wash your hands. Wear your mask. Try not to socialize nearly as much. Let's see if we can keep it down and keep businesses open so people don't lose jobs, don't lose their careers, don't lose their businesses, can pay the rent and the mortgage. So our government and our idiot president doesn't go out and print more and more trillions of dollars and ruin our economy. It's like the trickling effect is brutal. Okay? He's already made everybody lazy by handing off millions and billions of dollars to people that didn't want to work in the first place. And that's not what this country's about. Our country's about working hard. So please be careful. Wear your mask. I mean, the trickle-down effect is not just the COVID and getting somebody else sick or getting yourself sick. It's also bringing everything else down, economy-wise. And I don't think any of you want to go back to that. All right? So, but I enjoyed the movie. I did. It was worth it. No popcorn and soda at the IMAX. I did not have anything. I did not drink anything. I did not have any popcorn. The lines were brutal. My wife and my daughter wanted popcorn badly, and they did not do it because the lines were just ridiculous. So they didn't even get anything. We got something after the movies. Went and ate a little something. But it's good. It's good. I don't want to reveal too much, but I enjoyed it. I got to say, I enjoyed it. I'm not going to call it the greatest movie of all time or anything like that, but it was a fun, entertaining superhero movie. Let's put it that way. Lenny says, I'm vaccinated and I keep my mask on wherever I go. Forget that. Good for you, man. Good for you, man. Let's see. Excellent graphics, but unfortunately the visuals can't make up the bad acting. Spins a web, any size, catch a thieves, just like flies. Look out. Here comes the Spider-Man. There you go, Timothy. I like it. Kevin says, what position would you like to see the Dolphins use for the first pick in the draft? Kevin, first of all, where are they in the draft? Who's available? Who's coming out in the draft? Who's staying at school? I don't know. So when we actually find out, and then when we're in the draft, then I'll tell you, and when we're doing our draft show and we're giving you great analysis and breakdown from myself and others that will be joining you, right? Then we'll get to that right now. But at this point, to talk about that is total mental masturbation because we have no idea. We don't have all the information right now. We don't know what they did in free agency. We don't know who declared for the draft. We don't know who went back to school. We don't know who's got some career injuries that could be affecting them. We don't know who's lazy. We don't know any. We don't have all the information, bro. So to talk about that now, anybody that's talking about that now is an idiot. Let me explain that, okay? If you're talking about the draft now, when you have no information about all the things I just talked about, you are just wasting your time. And like I told somebody yesterday, F the draft right now, F free agency, F the offseason. How about let's just stay in the moment. And let's talk about our beloved Dolphins winning 6 in a freaking row and a shot at doing something amazing and winning 7 in a row and beating the Saints in Bourbon Street. So let's talk about that, because if that happens on Monday night, we're all going to be losing our minds going, wow, this is amazing. So let's enjoy this moment before we start talking about, you're the guy in the Geico commercial that you're turning into your parents, and they're showing them walking into the stadium, say, so we're all in agreement of leaving in the third quarter. And the guy says, let's not talk about leaving before we get there. Let's not talk about the draft before the season's ended. I mean, listen, if they were 0-14 or something, and I get it. You're 2-13, whatever. The season's practically over. I get it. You're 3-11. I get it. We're talking draft now at that point. But they're 7-7, dude. They actually have a crazy ass shot at the playoffs. Slim, but there's something there. So why am I going to start thinking about things that I don't have anything to really stand on right now? Let me stay in the moment. I'm going to enjoy this. Okay? I'm going to enjoy this because the players are allowing me to enjoy this. Let's see. Got to be a Bills fan this week, and they win, and we keep winning. We have a 99% chance of making the playoffs. Well, just got to take care of business first. Big O, you should go see Nightmare Alley. It's an excellent movie. What's it about? What is Nightmare Alley about? Let's see. Oh, do you still have the upside down Spidey in the background? No, I don't, because we had to move things around. There's a Spidey. I just haven't hung the Spidey. It's not hung anywhere at the moment. I have a black Spidey, all black Spidey hanging over in the corner. So I've got to hang this one. I had this one hanging from something else, but I had to take him down. So I haven't been able to put him back up again. A lot of toys for the boys. Remember, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. Let me have a little honey and lemon. Why don't you do this? Give me 30 seconds here. 30 seconds, please, here on the Big O Radio Show.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
All righty. Thank you. Get a little honey and lemon here. Got to make sure you got to take care of the pipes, baby. Got to take care of the pipes. I certainly don't want another polyp in my damn throat. Although that one took like 30 years to develop, because obviously if you do this every single day, the doc told me it was teachers and singers and lecturers and people that use their voices a lot are the ones that usually develop polyps in their vocal cords. And I had that polyp in my vocal cord, and it was crippling, dude. My voice would run out quickly. And so you guys gave me the idea of a little honey and lemon. So the amazing wife makes it for me every day. So I drink it actually throughout the day. Even when I'm done, I'll have some left in the good old thermos, and I'll keep sipping it throughout the day. Serve myself a little cup, and make sure that the engine is greased, as they say. Excellent win last night by the Heat against the Pacers, 125-96. We talked about it earlier. They'll take on Detroit tomorrow at 7:30. A couple of I guess I didn't miss much in football with the Rams beating the Seahawks 20-10. Russell Wilson and company. That this is like the last hurrah, right? A couple games left for Russell, and now he's gone. He's going to get traded probably. They're going to rebuild that whole thing. Stafford threw 2 touchdowns and interception. Cooper Kupp, God bless, dude. What a fantasy stud, right? Amazing, that kid. The Eagles, a snooze fest against Washington, 27-17. Jalen Hurts outplaying Garrett Gilbert Grape. Seriously, they had a guy named Garrett Gilbert Grape as a quarterback yesterday. Young people have no idea what I meant with that, right? The Gilbert Grape thing, nothing, right? No shot. To start off hour number 2, by the way, I want to talk a little bit about some Dolphin stuff. I got a couple angles I want to talk about with the Dolphins that I think are really interesting and really cool about what's going on and developing this season. So I want to do that in hour number 2. Alan Poupar is going to join us in hour number 3. He'll join us at 12:30. We'll get Alan. I got some music notes also that I want to get to. I got a couple of other stories, football-wise, all kinds of other things. Maybe a little boxing story too that I want to get into. So I got a couple of other things. Remember, 855-912-1056. I can answer your texts. If you don't want to put it on the chat board here, send it in. In hour number 2, I will go to the text line at 855-912-1056. And I will answer your texts there at 855-912-1056. Remember, if you want to make a donation, Cash App or Venmo, that is Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. If you want to make a donation at Cash App or Venmo, don't forget to also smash the like button. Very important to smash that like button. That helps us grow, gets the algorithm going, so that way more Dolphin fans and Heat fans and Canes fans and Marlins fans and Inter and Panther fans and FIU and FAU fans all over the world will find out about the program and know that they've got a show that gives them a complete coverage of South Florida sports. So please smash the hell out of that like button. It is very, very important. Sean Stanley is driving the program. Let's take a break. We'll come back on the other side for hour number 2 right here on the Big O Radio Show. Hey, it's Big O. Protect your home the way we do with Sloman's Home Security, folks. And if you want some great news, how about this? A free doorbell camera. That's right. The first 40 Big O listeners who dial 1-800-ALARM-ME will get this limited time offer of a free doorbell camera that connects directly to your smartphone with installation of your Sloman's Shield. And that's not all, folks. Sloman's is going to give you a free customized home security system and professional installation when you use their low-cost central station monitoring. So you're getting an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3 arm doors, and backup battery. Plus, if you're one of the first 40 Big O listeners to call 1-800-ALARM-ME, you'll receive a free doorbell camera with the installation of your Sloman's Shield. Keep your family safe like we do here in the Alzigari family. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME.
South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at FLPDjobs.com. That's FLPDjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
I always got to remember to turn on the mic in order for me to talk, because usually, I don't know if you guys know this, you have to turn on the mic, or if not, it doesn't work. I'm not sure if you knew that. Sean, do you know those things that you got to turn on the mic or no? Okay, well, there we go. We learned something. Took me about 30 years to figure it out, but yep, we figured it out. Anyway, we are back for hour number 2 of the program, and Ryan AP says, Big O, thank you again for Sloman's. Have a rep coming this week, and thank you, Ryan, for supporting our show and using our amazing sponsors. We use Sloman's here in our home. And so Ryan says basic package is about in the 40s a month, and you're getting like $1,000 worth of equipment and installation free because of you. Thank you. So you are welcome, Ryan. I appreciate you, my man. Thank you for supporting us in a big time way. That is very, very nice of you. And of course, those of you can do the same thing Ryan did. You call Sloman's Home Security, and right now, all you got to do is call 1-800-ALARM-ME, folks. And Sloman's Home Security is giving away a free doorbell camera. That's right. The first 40 Big O listeners right now dialing 1-800-ALARM-ME will get this limited time offer for a free doorbell camera that connects directly to your smartphone with the Sloman's installation to your Sloman Shield, folks. And that's not all. Sloman's is going to give you a free customized home security system and professional installation when you use their low-cost central station monitoring. And get this, you're getting an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3 arm doors, and a backup battery. Plus, if you're one of the first 40 Big O listeners to call 1-800-ALARM-ME, you'll receive a free doorbell camera with the installation of your Sloman Shield. Keep your family safe like we do here in the Alzigari family. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME like Ryan AP did. 1-800-ALARM-ME. And make sure you mention that the Big O Radio Show sent you, okay? Tell them all. Caneswear, tell them. Pallet Rock City, tell them. Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises. Tell them. Craig Zinn's Acura Pembroke Pines. Tell them. And we need new officers there at the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. So if you're looking to be an officer, sign up over there. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. We got sponsors all over. Hialeah Park, proud sponsor. We're going to be there tomorrow at Hialeah Park, man. So come on out and join us. Second floor poker room. Timothy Zappa says, a little red wine for the throat before the show, Big O, just like Rod Stewart. Man. Or scotch on the rocks for the throat before the show, Big O, just like Frank Sinatra. Well, let's talk some sports today. Did you see that Heat game last night? Wow. Yurseven was awesome. Yeah, let's have some scotch. Don't get me going. I'm not much of a drinker, so I can imagine that just one glass of, just a little bit of scotch would probably put me through the roof, dude. I would be just up there. Good thing is we're not monitored by the FCC here, so I could actually do it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a little rum. Maybe I should call my boys at Zafra Rum. Get a little rum for the throat. It's a gorgeous day. Get out and enjoy God's bounty. Well, it depends, Carlos, where they're at. It might be a gorgeous day where you're at. Somebody might be somewhere where it's raining or snowing or something like that. You never know. But you know what? It's a blessed day just to be able to enjoy it, my friend. And that's it. Doesn't matter where you're at. As long as you're able to enjoy it, there's nothing wrong with that right there. All right, I promised you we're going to talk a little Miami Dolphins, obviously, as they get ready to take on the New Orleans Saints on Monday. Remember, Monday will be at Sports Grill, all right? Game starts at 8:15. That means our pregame coverage starts at 6:15, all right? Joe Shad will be part of the pregame show. And, by the way, Dudley Durong is now going to be a part of the show, and he will join us at 7:45. He will join us, all right? So on a regular 1 o'clock game days, he'll join us at 12:30, in other words, a half hour prior to the kickoff. So I always do a show with Doug every week on his channel. So I figured we'd do something on our channel, and we're going to do on game day. Since he doesn't do anything on pregame, he's going to join me on pregame. So we'll have some fun. We'll preview the game with Dudley Durong. And you guys get to, some of you that don't watch the show with me and Doug on his channel, you'll get to see Doug here, and then maybe you can then follow him over there and support his channel over there because he does a great job over there. So Doug will be joining us now on every pregame show also. So we'll have a little bit of crossover both ways. So that'll be a lot of fun. All right. So we'll have, I think we'll have another guest too. I got to make sure I got to touch base with him to make sure. But yeah, we'll have another guest for you. And slowly but surely, we'll things, put it this way, by next season, we'll even dwarf what we're doing now. Okay. That's because we'll take it to another level. As things grow, we'll be able to really, expand everything that we're doing and take it to another level. So trust me, everything will get better and better and better. You just got to give me time to do all of this. And of course, you got to keep hitting the like button and the subscribe and the notification bell, and on the podcast, hit the like button and all that kind of stuff, and visit our sponsors, all those things. You got to do your part to help us build that pyramid and build something that they can't do here on radio. They'll never do it. All right. So let's see. NorCal says, give Big O a brownie and a shot and watch him melt into his chair. Yeah, that definitely would happen. It's like 68 and sunny down here in Miami. Yeah, you know what? It was. I did go out a little while ago, and it was a cool morning. You're right about that. Jason Dowell says, yep, I'll trade you, Big O. It's 28 degrees and sunny here in Indiana. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's cold. Hang in there, Jason. Hang in there, my brother. Andrew McGuire says, Chris Sims made Monday a rivalry game. Hopefully we can squish Taysom. Yeah, in a way, he kind of did. I see what you're saying. You're right. Michael says, keep in mind, Finn fans, that the game will be a playoff game early for Miami. All these games should be considered playoff games. You're right. You're right. And Dougley Durong, Carlos says, is good peeps. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Lace is out, loves the show. I like it. Daniel Grafton wants me to eat a pop brownie. Okay. You guys really want to sabotage me, don't you? You guys want like something to go viral, and you just want me like slurring and like wow, this host was doing his podcast and he was high as hell. He was drunk off his ass. By the way, when we talk about the Dolphins, and last night we had a great moment with the Heat, where we got to see Yurtseven, 8 points, 13 rebounds, which was leading the team, 2 steals, 2 blocks. You're watching Strus with 18 points on 7 of 15 shooting, 7 rebounds, 4 assists. KZ Okpala comes through with 16 points and 3 rebounds. All these things, and obviously Tyler, he's a draft pick, but still, I mean, he's the 13th overall pick, and he's playing like an all-star in a way. So that's a pretty damn good pick. But my point is, you're watching young players develop and excel. And for the Miami Dolphins, we're watching a lot of that. But one guy in particular that I've grown to, become a huge fan of, and then not only a fan, but my admiration for the player as a professional, as a guy that has the kind of heart I wish every player on any team would ever have, and to me, Nick Needham is that guy. Nick Needham came off the scrap heap, right? They got him off of, I believe, New England's practice squad. And so they brought him over, and Needham looked like crap early on, okay? First couple of months, including the preseason, the first month of the season, I was like, yeah, with Nick, we don't need to see him anymore. Okay, I was joking around like that, using his name on a play of words, because it was terrible. It was bad, dude. He didn't belong anywhere on an NFL field. And then the season kept going. And, it was a bad start that year, obviously, all around, not just Nick Needham. And he got better, and he got better, and he got better. And you were like, wow, this Nick Needham kid looked like crap, looked like he didn't belong. And then somehow or another, he found his way. And you've watched him the first couple of years where he's played on the boundary, not the preferred, I get it, but he still can play on the boundary. And obviously, he plays in the slot, and that's where he excels. He's got great hips. He can move in either direction. He's super smart. But he took his intelligence, and he also took his professionalism and his work ethic to another level, because the defensive staff, including the coach, of course, entrusted him to be a free safety now. So all of a sudden now you're in charge of that secondary. You're in charge of making sure people are in the right place. You're the guy that's there to be the eraser if there's a mistake being made. And they had other players, and maybe others that even had more experience than he did playing that position. And for them to trust Nick Needham shows you the kind of confidence they have in him, the kind of professional they think he is. I know they bragged a lot and talked about his intelligence. I heard Josh Boyer talk about his intelligence. And to me, that's what really stood out to me, is that here's a guy that is smart enough, athletic enough, gifted enough that you could use him in multiple spots on the field. And so in a pinch, if you need him on the outside, he can fill in and help you out. He can be a terrific slot corner for you. And now he shows you incredible flexibility by being able to play free safety. And as you know, this coaching staff loves players that are multiple. If you can only do one thing, they're not big fans of that. Doesn't mean that they won't have you on the team. You know what I mean? Because there are certain players. Look at Albert Wilson. He doesn't really help out on special teams. He's not a flyer. He's not a returner, really. Doesn't really help you out in those areas. He's just a receiver, and he's a backup receiver, but they still have him on the roster. So they'll keep some guys that might be limited, even though they're backups and they don't help you in other areas, but it's few and far between. More often than not, they'd rather have players that have versatility because they are a scheme-oriented team, and they'd like to change the scheme from game to game. And in order to do that, you must have players that are flexible. And for me, that's the one thing that has obviously stood out to you, to me, to the media, to everybody out there. I don't even know if people outside of the Dolphin Nation even know who the hell Nick Needham is, understand it, or respect him for what he's already accomplished in 3 short years. But this past weekend was actually something really cool to watch this young man, take another step forward in the maturation process, and then show you the versatility of being able to play free safety and having, because when you're a corner, you're kind of like on an island. You're not really necessarily dependent on everybody else as long as you're on a man-on-man scheme. Obviously, if there's a zone, then you have responsibilities, and then you have to pass those responsibilities on to somebody else when the person you're covering enters another part of the field, and then you assume a new responsibility, right? But a lot of times you get to kind of think on your own when you're playing corner, and you're staying with one guy no matter what. Well, at free safety, your game completely changes. You might be supporting on the run, or you might be deciding on where that football is going and where the eyes of the quarterback are going to lead you, because you might have to go to the one side of the field or the opposite side of the field. And you've got to make the right decision, because if you're not there to support, then that corner that you're, supposed to support ends up getting toasted and roasted because you didn't do your job. It's a really difficult thing to do, and a really difficult talent to display. So don't take that for granted, that Nick Needham took another positive step forward in his development by showing you that he can, in a pinch, help you out at free safety. And the fact that coaching staff had guys that had more experience than him at that position, and they went with Nick, shows you the trust that they have in that young man. And I think in 3 years being here, I think all of us should trust Nick Needham by now. Okay? I'm not telling you he's a great corner, that he's going to end up in the Hall of Fame or anything like that, but he's definitely a guy I want on my team. I like how he plays, man. Big O, I know you're not a big Flo fan, but should the Dolphins win out and somehow also make the playoffs, do you think Flo will be a candidate for Coach of the Year? Yes. Yeah, I think he will be, because of a 9-game winning streak. And if it doesn't matter what happens in the playoffs, because that has nothing to do with the votes will be in already. So whether he wins or not, it won't make a difference. But there's no doubt if he wins 9 in a row, he's going to be considered for it, of course. Did you know Dudley is 6'5"? He doesn't look that tall on camera. No, I did not. Vaughn 9954 says, Duncan Robinson must have tuned into your show. He really lit it up last night. Yep. It's a nice start. Now we need more. One game isn't enough, Duncan. You got 95 million? Let's go. You've slacked off enough during the season. The boys are out. You need to step up. So that was a nice start. You better light the Pistons up like a freaking Christmas tree on Thursday. Seeing that with Jackson and Eichenberg right now kind of growing up right before our eyes, They're getting better, Thomas. There's no doubt about it. Small O swallowing his words about coaching. No, what's there to swallow? There's nothing to swallow, dude. Like I said earlier, I guess you weren't listening. You know, that's Joel. There's no swallowing, my brother. Here, prisoner of the moment. Here, I'll read a tweet for you that we put out yesterday for people like you. Okay. Just because he'll be considered for coach of the year doesn't mean jack shit to me. Again, in 2005, Saban started 3-7 and then won 6 in a row and finished 9-7. Did it mean anything? No. In 2008, Sperano started 2-4, then went 9-1 to finish 11-5. Did it mean anything? No. Gase in 16 started 1-4, then went 9-2 to go 10-6. Did it mean anything? No. Did it mean that they were great coaches or anything? No. Did not mean anything. So, again, you guys can get lost in this moment and all that. Doesn't mean jack to me, bro. Dave Wannstedt won Coach of the Year. Butch Davis won Coach of the Year. Let me see. I'm glad you brought this up, dude. Let's see. I am so glad you brought this up. Okay. All right, let's see. Here we go. All right, Kevin Stefanski was the coach of the year for the Browns in 2020. All right. John Harbaugh was the one for 2019. Matt Nagy was coach of the year in 2018. How's that working out there, Sean? Not good, right? Jason Garrett was the coach of the year in 2016. How's that working out, Sean? Not very good, right? What else do we have? Marvin Lewis, 2009. Mike Smith, 2008. Lovie Smith, 2005. Dick Geron, 2001. Jim Haslett, 2000. Dom Capers, 96. Ray Rhodes, 95. Wayne Fonts, 91. Lindy Infante, 89. You get my drift? Half the coaches of the year. Like I said, crappy start, and then you scramble with a good finish. That's been done before with the Miami Dolphins. That doesn't mean anything. I just showed you 3 mediocre coaches for the Dolphins in the last 20 years that had crappy starts and finished strong. I just read you now half the guys since the 80s that have won coach of the year, and it doesn't mean anything. Prisoners of the moment. I love it. You just need to create a recording of yourself saying what you always said about Flores, so you don't have to repeat yourself. The penis. Yeah, I know. It's just like, wow, whatever. I trust B. Flores when we are winning and he's adjusting, but when he's losing and regressing, he's lost my faith. Rosendo, how can you say that? On Sunday, he threw the ball on 3rd down at midfield where he needs to run the clock, and then he goes for it on 4th down with a fake punt. He's winning the game and doing everything possible to piss it away. I don't know, bro. It just it's all right, man. Whatever. He's the greatest, bro. He's fantastic. Flores, B-Flow overachieved 2 years in a row, had a setback his first 8 games. He's learning mostly overachieving. Do you know, NorCal, that we've said that about other coaches in the last 20 years? It's the same thing we say about other coaches. Whatever. I mean, this conversation gets old. It happens every day now. You guys it's just one of those things. All right. What else do I wanted to talk about today on the show? Oh, yes. One of the, it's been kind of an up and down thing with free agency, right? Because there are things that have worked out, and then there have things that obviously have not worked out in free agency. One of the things that has worked out in a big time way is Emmanuel Ogbah. And Emmanuel, I got to tell you, last year obviously had the 9.5 sacks. They got him at a bargain. They didn't give him the new contract last offseason. So he goes into this season with his professional life on the line. And if he wants to get the big contract, he has to obviously perform at a high level again, like he did last year, and prove that it wasn't an aberration. Now, remember, this is a guy that early on, the sacks weren't falling his way. He's getting more and more sacks now lately and has 7 sacks already. But the one thing that also came through from down 1 this year was his amazing effort. And I had talked about it all throughout the year, that even when he wasn't having these, high sack numbers, he was still getting a lot of pressures. He was right there, and his effort was relentless on every down. And I read Barry Jackson's article today where he has 10 batted passes, and he is the first D lineman in the NFL since Cameron Jordan, the guy they're facing this week, had 11 in 2017. So this is the first guy to get to 10 double digits, and it's our guy, Emmanuel Ogbah. So not only are you getting the pressures from day one, you're now picking up the sacks. You've got 7. You've got 3 games left. You got a chance to equal or better what you did last year. You have taken it to another level now with the batted passes. Emmanuel Ogbah, and you then look at what you've done with Jalen Phillips, and then you look at what the front office is trying to do. You found yourself a pretty young defensive end in Emmanuel Ogbah that you can actually grow with for a long time. Obviously, Jalen Phillips is a guy that you can work with forever because he's a rookie. But Emmanuel Ogbah was a guy that really didn't have he hasn't had a long tenure here in the NFL. I believe it's 5 years when they got him. So he's finishing up his 7th or 8th season, I believe. I'm going to look it up right now and tell you, but you're talking about a guy that you can still build on for at least for this next contract. In other words, you can give him a 5-year deal where he'll at least give you a high level of play easily for 3 to 4 years. And to me, that's a hell of a pickup. Let me see. No, 6 years now. This is 6th year. So they got him after year 4. So you're talking about a guy that's 28, man. You could probably get another 4 years out of the guy. Give him a 5-year deal, and for sure you're going to get 3 to 4 out of it. He doesn't have to be around for that 5th year. By that time, the signing bonus that you gave him has kind of dried out. But that's been a really nice find for the Dolphins, because you've been able to now sign one of your young defensive ends and then now draft another one. So now you've got your bookends. And then you throw in a Christian Wilkins, and you throw in a Raekwon Davis, and you throw in a Seiler. You start to look at what they've been able to build in their first couple of years here on the D line. It's pretty impressive. Hopefully this year in the draft, They can go out and get themselves another nasty linebacker is what they need, a thumper in the middle. And then that'll obviously, the way we're watching Jerome play on the outside, that's where he belongs. You got to give an athlete an opportunity to play in space more. Jerome is not built to be a thumper in the middle and fend off tackles and those kind of things. They figured it out and started playing him the way they're supposed to play him now, just like they did with Phillips. They weren't playing him the right way early on either. And so everything's kind of fallen into place. But the Emmanuel Ogbah thing, don't overlook all of that, man, because that's actually really cool that you're able to find in free agency a young defensive end, and then you're able to draft a defensive end. That's like perfect scenario for anybody. And then you throw in Van Ginkel and everything else that they've got going on. It's a pretty cool thing to see. And it's actually really nice to see that Emmanuel Ogbah, that last year was not an aberration. It wasn't flukish. He got the opportunity, was able to prove it, and now he's proving that last year was not an aberration, that he can be an effective defensive end. And let me tell you, as Phillips gets better and he gets scarier to play, then you're going to have to actually play Emmanuel Ogbah a lot of one-on-ones. That will give him more opportunities because double teams will be leaning over to the Jaelan Phillips side instead. That will open it up also for Emmanuel Ogbah. So there's a lot of things coming, but the Ogbah move for me is just absolutely phenomenal, man. I love it. All right, let's do this. Give me 30 seconds here so I can get a little honey and lemon here. 30 seconds on the Big O Radio Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
All right. There we go. Thank you. Appreciate all of you out there. People have different opinions on Flo, but we love the Dolphins, so different opinions are okay. I'm going to support the team. Didn't want Flo, wanted Bieniemy, but ride till they do something different. Hey, man, listen, I hope Flo wins every game. I hope they never have to make a change. I hope he can find his coaches. But if you ask me an opinion, I got to say I'm not impressed. I don't think he can build an offensive staff. But do I want to be wrong? Hell yeah, I want to be wrong. Do you think I really wanted Ryan Tannehill to be Ryan Tannehill? No, dude. I want Ryan Tannehill to be a franchise quarterback. I don't want you to go have to draft another guy and another guy and another guy. No. I want A.J. Feely to become a stud. I didn't think he was going to become a stud. I mean, he's kind of a stud because you see Heather Mitz. That's studly. But anyway, as I digress here, I mean, I want them all to win, dude. All of them. Doesn't matter who they are. I've given up on Preston Williams. I'd give anything for Preston Williams for the light to go on and that all of a sudden he plays up to the ability that the good Lord blessed him. I want to be wrong in that. I don't mind. I don't care, dude. I don't care. Some of you, maybe you get a little stiffy that I'm wrong or something. Oh, see, he's wrong. And then you're dying to jump on me and say, oh, you're wrong. Whatever. I don't care. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I lose more sleep watching, 62-7 than being wrong. I lose more sleep in a 1-15 season than I do being wrong. I don't care if I'm wrong and I don't care if I'm right. I just care about the Dolphins winning. That's it. So Duke Johnson, who I don't think has ever been an every down back in the NFL, don't think he ever will be. Man, I hope the next 3 weeks he rushes for 600 yards. And that every day you guys are pounding me. You see what Duke did? I'd rather do that. But that's not what I do here. I'm not here to do it with pom-poms. For that you watch, and for that not watch, but for that you listen to, QAM. And, you've got a broadcast with a skirt there. Obviously. Then do that, bro. Or we'll bring back the Finsiders. Talk about ultimate homerism. That's not my job here. But if you guys think that I'm going to lose any sleep because I'm wrong about something and then the Dolphins benefit because I'm wrong, no. But if it gives you a thrill, hey, man, listen, it makes your day, go for it, bro. Go for it. If it makes your day jamming on me, go for it. That's fine. I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. I'll be fine. As long as the Dolphins win, I'm good, man. I'm good. Dwayne Dugan says, love you, Big O. Dwayne, love you. Love everybody on there. Thank you. And don't forget, with love comes smashing that like button. We love for you to smash that like button. Timothy Zappa says, beating NFL teams, period. Dougie Fresh says, an old Pensacola artist wrote a song about thinking you have a victory when you don't. I want to be with a mermaid, but woke up with a manatee. What do you think is Flo's manatee? What do you think is Flo's manatee? His manatee is that he can't pick an offensive coaching staff and that he doesn't have the Rolodex to get one. That's his manatee. His mermaid is he knows defense. He'll figure it out. He won't be perfect, but he'll figure it out. Williams plays scared. His ship has sailed. Kyle, you could be right, dude. Could be right. Ronald says, don't bring up the 62-7. That's what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? That's what we lose sleep on. This year, I'm more bitter about 23-20. No, I know. There's some losses in this season that are just, it's what's happened the last 20 years with other coaches. Those kind of losses are the same things that's happened with a lot of the other bad coaches we've had here. That's why I'm not on board with the guy. Rosendo says, Big O, you are the best. You are a realist living in the present, and you have the best interest of the Fins. Always. 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 Angel Padilla says, one game at a time. Let everybody keep sleeping on the Fins. Going to surprise some folks. I hope so. Joel Vargas says, you've been wrong plenty. It's just like your hate campaign on Flores. Yeah, exactly. It's a hate campaign. That's it. Campaign hate. Campaign hate. Hey, did you hear about Hill being on COVID list yesterday? What Hill? Tyreek Hill? I don't know. What Hill are we talking about? Randall Hill? Randall, I hope you're all right. Big O, when will our first playoff game, when we win our first playoff game since the year of 2000, you will have the pom-poms out for Flo. I guarantee it. Oh, yeah, definitely. If Flo can win a playoff game, you damn right I'll have the pom-poms out. I would love to see that. That would be fantastic. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. So you guys see Le'Veon Bell signing with the Bucs? That's Leonard Fournette got injured. So Le'Veon Bell is signing with the Buccaneers. And Le'Veon, as you all know, has bounced around. And let me tell you something about Le'Veon that to me is just, it really is amazing how stupid an individual can be with their lives. how ignorant they can be with their lives, and how you have a lack of reality. And Le'Veon Bell did not understand that the running back is not valued in the NFL. He did not understand that he was playing for a great organization in the Pittsburgh Steelers. I mean, in the last 60 years, is there a more consistent franchise than the Steelers? Is there? In the last 60 years, can anybody say we've got 3 coaches that have won 3 Super Bowls? I know they've won more, but I'm saying 3 coaches that have won Super Bowls. I don't think so, right? Right, Sean? Can any other franchise say they have 3 coaches that have won Super Bowls? San Fran 2, the Cowboys. Oh, the Cowboys have 3. The Cowboys have 3 technically because Switzer latched on Jimmy Johnson's crap, whatever, and I don't count that. That you know what? I'm putting an asterisk on that one. That's not Switzer. That's Jimmy Johnson's 3rd championship, please. That's all. It's Jimmy's team and Jimmy's coaching staff. But is there anybody else? And still, the Cowboys don't even come close to the Steelers. Not even nowhere near the Steelers. Okay? In the last 60 years, the amount of consistency, not just championships, but consistency of the Steelers for 60 years. It's one of those things. And so this guy did not understand that he was in a great situation. He didn't understand that he plays a position that isn't valued in the NFL that much anymore. And he pissed it all away. And then by sitting out the year, you have never regained your form. And then you end up with the Jets, and you just end up bouncing around, and then you end up with Kansas City, which a chance of a lifetime. And once again, the light doesn't go on, and you act like an idiot, and then you end up taking shots at Andy Reid on your way out, a guy that nobody takes shots at. Nobody. Players love him. His coaches love him. Everybody excels around him. They all have success, whether it's in Philadelphia, whether it's now Kansas City. And yeah, I know he didn't win the Super Bowl in Philadelphia, but my Lord, man, he had a lot of winning in Philadelphia. He was really, really good, man. And I know the one thing that eluded him for his whole career was the Super Bowl, and finally he got that on his resume. But Andy Reid, make no mistake, is a great, great coach. And from all accounts, looks like a pretty cool dude to actually play for. And yet he ruins that too. There's a story about Le'Veon Bell in Pittsburgh that I cannot tell. But the reason why he's no longer there, it's not as simple as a football decision. Let me just put it that way. That guy has messed up everything. Now, obviously, the Bucs are so desperate, and that's what I'm thinking about. So you had Antonio Brown and Le'Veon Bell, 2 of the morons that were on Pittsburgh's team, along with Big Ben, and they had to get rid of those 2. They can't get rid of the quarterback. Now they'll get rid of him because now he's done. But, you know, Mike Tomlin had those 3 morons on his team. So he had to get rid of those 2. Now, Bruce Arians is going to have to deal with both of these morons. One's creating fake cards, and now you got to bring this guy in who, you know, nuts. And I don't know, did you guys see Tyron Woodley go after Le'Veon Bell? So we all know that the fights were over the weekend with Jake Paul and Tyron Woodley. And so we all know what ended up happening there, where Jake Paul knocked the crap out of Tyron Woodley, knocked him silly. And so Le'Veon Bell saw that, And all of a sudden, Le'Veon Bell wanted a piece of Jake Paul. And so Le'Veon Bell tweets out, I'm tired of watching him outbox people who don't even want to box. If he wants a boxing match, a real one, he'd fight me, period. Stop fighting small dudes who can't box, right? So all of a sudden, that comes out, right? He says that, and Tyron Woodley sees the tweet. So then Tyron Woodley tweets out, he goes, because I made one mistake, you think it's sweet. Don't get it effed up, homie, right? And so then the response after that at Tyron Woodley says, and this is Jake Paul, says, this clown saying you can't box, how about you show him as a part of the next MVP event? Tyrone would drop you faster than the Ravens. As you all know, the Ravens ended up cutting Le'Veon Bell, who looked like absolute dog crap. And then to end the exchange, Tyron Woodley says, so you coattailing it? I get it. See a person courageous enough to go into battle and use that to try to throw your name in there for a bag without making that walk. That's defined as clout chasing. Surprising coming from you. Now, let me explain something to Tyron. I get knocked out by a YouTuber, Woodley. There's no doubt that Le'Veon Bell's clout chasing. But why would you be surprised, Tyron, that Le'Veon is clout chasing? Le'Veon's probably lost a lot of his money already, right? If it's not, some dumb hooker that he's banging and stealing from him, it's him probably spending money on all kinds of stupid stuff. He lost his opportunity of making some big ass money down the line. So you know that he can't be as rich as he could have been. So this is a guy that definitely is clout chasing because he knows his NFL career is pretty much over. He's just latching on to a couple teams for minimum contracts. Nobody is looking at Le'Veon Bell like a guy that is going to fix your offense, like a guy that's going to be your bell cow, like the guy that's the answer, and he knows it already. Because taking that year off also took his edge off. Losing that edge, he lost his game. So am I surprised that he clout chases like Terrell Owens does all the time, like Chad Johnson does sometimes? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Because once the lights are done and you're no longer in that limelight, these kind of people are dying to find that limelight again. And they'll do anything to find that limelight. And so you'll see T.O. go on any reality show possible, do any kind of crazy stuff because he needs the pub and he probably needs the money. Chad, I don't know if Chad Johnson necessarily needs the money because he's kind of frugal, even though he leaves these big tips and all that, but he's pretty smart overall and he's made some money himself, but he does love the clout. And it's over on the football field, so he's got to go for it some way, in some shape or some form. This happens to a lot of actors and actresses, musicians, athletes. They're in this incredible limelight, and they love it. And then when it's gone, they miss it. They want it. They gravitate to it, and they'll do anything for it. And that's where Le'Veon Bell is now, because he has no shot at ever being the best again at what he used to do. He doesn't have the edge anymore, so now he's got to find another way of doing it. So clout chasing and trying to get into a celebrity boxing match so he can just pick up a couple of bucks to get his ass kicked, he's willing to do that. So I am not surprised, Mr. Woodley. Man, Woodley got knocked out silly. That's bad. That was bad. Otto Sexy says, Big O, if Duke Johnson becomes running back 1 here, would you say our coaches helped in his development? Nope. I think the offensive players are doing what they're doing in spite of their coaches. Okay? I'm sorry. I don't see a lot of scheming that really creates any kind of advantages. On defense, I see it, but not on offense. So, no. If what Duke did this past week was just a desperate man that is trying to keep his football career alive. His football career is on life support. Nobody's ever looked at him as a running back. They only look at him as a complimentary pass catching back, and he knows it. So he's not going to get a lot of chances. He already got cut from one team that brought him in for a workout and said, not cut, but they chose not to sign him. So he knows he wasn't going to have many options. So he ran like a desperate man. We'll find out if he can do it again. But the coaching on the offensive side, it's so terrible. It's a joke how bad the offensive coaches are. Bucks investing in Le'Veon Bell is like investing in MySpace. Yeah, and Le'Veon, the MySpace between the ears. Yeah, there isn't a lot of stuff taking up space between the ears for Le'Veon. Clearly. Jay Hollicane says, Paul don't want none of that Masvidal. Yeah, no, I don't think you want to fight Masvidal, bro. You know, Masvidal is, we all know that guy, right? We all had that guy in our neighborhood. Everybody pretty much that grew up in I'm going to listen, if you grew up in some rich neighborhood or something like that, then no. But I'm talking about if you grew up in the barrio, in the hood, okay? If you grew up in a neighborhood that has a little bit of an edge, right? There was always that one dude that was a few sandwiches short of a picnic. That you knew whenever he played sports, whatever he played, basketball, football, whatever it was going to be in an aggressive nature. He was the guy you always wanted with you if there was going to be a fight. He was the guy that you knew enjoyed fighting, like lived for it, like loved the idea of being in some kind of, I don't know, close to trouble. In other words, messing with that envelope right there, pushing the envelope to the very edge. We all had that guy in our neighborhoods. Jorge Masvidal is that guy, bro. He's that guy that you're lucky he's your friend because he's just not the guy you want to be an enemy of. And, you know, as us Latins say, no, el tipo está medio loco. So we're kind of saying, yeah, he's kind of half crazy. You know, he's not really crazy, but he's crazy enough to do it. You know what I'm saying? And Masvidal is just that guy no, it doesn't matter what it is, bro. You're in an alley, you're in a ring, you're in an octagon, you're whatever. You don't even want him covering you in basketball because he's so physical. He doesn't really understand how to really defend. So all of a sudden it becomes more of a football and a boxing match in a basketball game. You get my drift, right? He's John Travolta in Grease trying to play basketball. Everybody's got a Jorge Masvidal in their neighborhood, in their barrio, right? In their hood. For you all out there that are, you know, silver spooners and all that, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Those of us that grew up in neighborhoods with a little bit of an edge, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay? In our neighborhood, I don't know if I should say names. But I would say Angel was one of those guys in our neighborhood. We had a couple of guys like that. Or a couple of those guys. Those were the guys you knew when you looked at their eyes. You knew it. You know what I'm saying? You knew it. Ah, yes. Big O, please, for Xmas Eve, watch Bad Santa uncut version. We'll laugh your ass off. Huge test for Tua Monday. Let's go. His time, his moment. Duke Johnson or Kurt Warner? Wow, that's a lot, bro. After just one game against a really bad football team, God, that's a stretch. Big O was known as the Stitch in his hood. Exactly, that was me. I was the snitch. That's it. Can't wait to see Holland ball out in prime time once again. That will be fun. Andrew McGuire says, so Big O radio show, how would you feel about coaching if they went out and steal a wild card win? They don't listen. They really just don't listen. It's a shame. Do we have the explanation? Don't we have that recorded? About Flores? Don't we have that one recorded, Sean? Oh, Lordy. Call out Canelo Alvarez. How do you think that'll go? Well, Canelo won't even address that. He's not even going to. Canelo's way above that. He's not going to worry about that. He's going to worry about a real boxer so he can make a little more money and those kind of things. Cincinnati Fins fan says Liam, Austin, and Hunt have given up a combined 7 pressures the past 3 games. Progress. You are correct, sir. Oh, did you ever explain to us what stanky finger meant? You are a trip, Dougie Fresh. You are a trip. Big O, you slipping. You slipping on lemon and honey in hot water today. Yes, I am. I am sipping and unslipping. I'm slipping. I'm falling. I can't get up. I'm slipping. I'm falling. I can't get up. Get back on my feet so I can tent up. That's what we're doing. All right, you know what we're going to do? We're going to be sipping, and not trying to slip into hour number 3. And that is next on the Big O Radio Show.
South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified widening contractor. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All right. Good afternoon now as we start off hour number 4 on the program, or technically 4.5 or something, since we started at 8:45. So, you know, we've been going at it for a while now. Alan Pupar is set to join us at 12:30. What's it called? Our fearless leader, Brian Flores, addressed the meteors today. We have his press conference. Let's go over the press conference. Lock it in there. Let's go. Let's clear up. We'll take off the border. We're ready to go. They'll take me out of the mix, so that way there's no echo, and we'll hear the head coach, and then we will go over some of his comments here after addressing the media on a Wednesday, December 22nd.
First Monday Night Football game, just how you envision him responding to that, and he had a couple of turnovers this past game. What he needs to do to get past that.
I think his approach has got to be like any other game. His preparation needs to stay the same as far as getting to know the Saints and what the players on their roster, their schemes, how they want to play situationally. We know it's a tough opponent, very good defense, well coached. Dennis Allen I have a lot of respect for him, and I think he's done a great job with that defense for a number of years. I think we understand that, and Tua's just got to prepare the right way, but understand that this will be a tough test, and he's got to play well. We're going to move the football.
And just on his turnovers, what he can do to correct that.
I mean, look, I think we don't want to. I think the best way to kind of answer that question is just to, for him to just continue to prepare. We always want to be smart with the football. Want to be accurate with the football. And no one's tougher on themselves than he is on those things, and how important that stat is. So we got to protect it, and he understands that.
Joe?
Hey, Flo, good morning. Couple things. I wanted to ask you about Tua's angry run in the last game. I don't know what your thoughts on about whether you like that or not, but do you think there was some sort of message that was delivered to anybody watching, including his teammates, on that particular play?
I think it was a scramble, and we got a positive gain. It was an 8-yard gain. We ended up 2nd and 2. On the plus side of the field, and was excited about making a positive play as he should be, and we got back in the huddle and moved on to the next play.
Okay, I get it. Separate topic: motor and effort. I've noticed that a lot of defensive guys and a lot of guys in general are bringing motor and effort. And I wanted to ask you about how you think the best way to identify in the draft and free agency players who are most likely to bring motor, effort, motivation, drive on a consistent basis.
I think you can see it on film. And guys who are running to the football, finishing blocks, playing in the kicking game. I think you can see on film guys who enjoy playing and are going to play 100 miles an hour, 100%. Great effort, really on every snap. So that's something you see on film, and you just kind of confirm it in a meeting setting where you kind of get a feel for how passionate they are about the game.
Thank you.
Daniel?
Good morning, Brian. There was an Inside the NFL clip from last Sunday's game where it showed Tua after his touchdown to Devontae Parker in the fourth quarter. He said, I audible, I guess, to that slant. I was just curious. I know we kind of asked you about this earlier in the season with Tua, but when it comes to audibles and making checks at the line, is that something where is that kind of a part of the practice reps as well, or is some of it just kind of trial and error and just kind of trusting your gut with what you see on the field on game day?
I think it's something that we talk about. If there's an advantageous look or an opportunity to make a play, and the stars align, and you choose to make that decision. But we got to get everybody on the same page. He was able to do that on that particular play. And that happens really throughout the game. That you're making mention of that one, but that happens throughout the game, and in all phases. And that's about just overall awareness, understanding what we understanding matchups, understanding what we're doing, what they're doing, and then it's not easy to do. You got 40 seconds to make that decision, really less than that. So it was good, nice to see him do that, and we're gonna need that, that thought process, that type of decision making this week against a very, very good football team in New Orleans.
Yanni?
Hey, Coach. There's 10 teams in the AFC with either 6 or 7 losses. What can you say about the parity within the conference right now with so many teams jumbled? And where do you see yourself in this playoff picture?
I think that's the National Football League. I think it's hard to win every week. That's the beauty of coaching, playing in this league. It's a lot of great players, a lot of great coaches. It's a most slim margin for error. I think we've made mention to that the entire year, and so you got to prepare the right way. You got to perform, but your preparation gives you an opportunity to perform. Make good decisions. You got to play good situationally, and even then, because there's so much talent in this league, from a coaching standpoint, from a playing standpoint. It's not easy, and every game's tough.
David?
Hey, I wanted to follow up on Joe's question on Tua bowling over a defender. What's your opinion on that from your QB? Would you prefer he just slides in that case, avoiding injury risk and not trying to get 2 extra yards by falling forward? Just, what's your take on your quarterback doing that?
I mean, I think when you're in the moment, it's, you want to see him, most guys slide in that situation. I'm not sure if he thought he was going to get a first down. But when you're in the moment, those guys, they got to make decisions. Obviously, we want them to protect themselves, and we want him to protect himself. I prefer that he's, slides and keeps himself out of harm's way. But I'm not the one that's out there. I mean, I'll tell him that. He's got to make decisions out there. But he got up and moved on to the next play.
Joe?
Flo, I'm curious what the doctors and trainers are recommending relative to whether or not guys that are coming off the COVID list, like Jalen Waddle, for example, need to be eased back into practice and participation and snaps. What are you learning about that?
I mean, I think it's case by case. I think, Miles is a good example of a guy who came right off of the list, was in practice on Friday. We saw what that looked like. Walked through Saturday and played on Sunday. So, but it's case by case. If that's, that example is, I'm not sure that's easing someone in, playing in a game 2 days later. But I certainly think it's case by case, and I think the individual, whoever that person is, can kind of tell us a lot about how they're feeling, what they can do. But obviously the health of safety of the players is priority number one. And we got to look. Those questions are really for the medical staff. I think Kyle Johnson and our medical staff, they do a great job of going through that process with those players, whether it's off of COVID or off of injury or whatever the situation is.
Thanks.
Marcel?
Hey, Brian, throughout the losing streak, you always said, and you always told us that, you guys are going to keep doing the job. You're going to stick to the plan. You're going to get through this. But I was wondering if there's any maybe additional pride or additional sentiment knowing that this team, this group of guys, they believed and trusted in you enough to really pull through it and to really come out here and win 6 in a row like they've done.
Well, I think it's a hardworking team. I think it's a competitive group. I think they enjoy playing together. I think they play for one another. I think they prepare the right way. And I'm not really looking back. I'm not looking forward either. I think the one thing I think I've been consistent on is that we're just focused on getting better today. We've got a great opponent coming in here. We're going there into a hostile environment. It's going to be a great atmosphere, and that's kind of where my focus is. So we need to have a good practice today. And try to string some good practices, good days together amid a lot of things that are going on with Christmas and the holiday season. So let's take it one day at a time.
Got it. Thanks.
We'll take 2 final questions. David?
Hey, and I know you're focused on what your team needs to do week to week, but especially this week since you play on Monday night, do you catch or do you watch any of the other results on Sunday with regard to how they impact your playoff chances? There's one in particular that makes a huge difference this Sunday.
I'm just focused on today's preparation. That's where it is. I think we're going to be on a plane when a lot of those games are being played. So, again, I think we only have so much energy, and I want to put all my energy into our team in this game, and we're going to need all of it against this opponent in this environment. They're very talented. They got great coaches, great players. Go down the list, just defensively. Jordan, Animata, Davenport, Juan Alexander, Lattimore, Malcolm Jenkins, Gardner Johnson, the rookie Adebo, Taysom Hill, Alvin Kamara, Mark Ingram. I mean, I'm going to put all my energy on that group and not really worry about anything else.
Anyone have a final question?
So no final question, huh? All right. There you go. That is Brian Flores. Didn't really say too much. It was funny that when they're asking about Tua and he had all this pregnant pause about playing against the Saints and taking care of the football. And you could tell, I believe it was Joe Shad that asked him the question. Excuse me, a little gas here. You could tell that he had to think so much about how he wanted to say it. And he makes such an effort. At first it's not like he gave you everything, but he left some meat on the bone in his first couple of years. This year, he's kind of taken that like total hard line, boring approach. And he tries, you could tell, you could see it in his mind, how he is, you watch it in his eyes and you could see that he's kind of like working his brain and trying to, word it perfectly. So people won't hold anything against him or anything like that. It's such an odd thing, man. But anyway, he was talking about how he knows that he has to take care of the football and it's obvious and, all that kind of stuff. And then they asked him about, was Tua sending a message with the run when he ran over Carter, the defensive back. And, I'm actually with Flo on this one, where he was like, no, I just think it was kind of, part just of the play in the game. And I agree with that too. I don't even think Tua was trying to even send the message. It was just one of those things where he just instinctively took over and just felt like that was the best play for him. And the way he could protect himself is by bowling the guy over. I guess that's just the way he felt. Not that that was a good idea. Not that I really want to see Tua try to bowl people over and all that kind of stuff. I don't think that benefits Tua in any way, shape, or form, because you could easily get injured in a collision, and then you can easily get injured in the aftermath of that collision. How you fall, how you roll, all that kind of stuff. You could easily hurt your shoulder. And last time I checked, he needs specifically the left shoulder. He needs that to actually do his job. So I'm not a big fan. While it was fun to watch for that moment, I would rather not see Tua try to run into anybody again. Look, man, if you're Cam Newton, I get it that you can actually put a shoulder into somebody and you can actually run them over because you're a big ass dude. Cam Newton's a monster. Okay, I get it. But Tua's not built like that. I'd prefer not to. And I don't think it was anything about message at all. I just think it was one of those moments where he decided that he was going to make a football play, and the football play is I'm going to put my body into this guy and truck him. And yeah, I hope he never does it again. Slide, kid. Don't need you to do anything else, bro. Slide and live for another day to throw the ball. Plus, he's injury prone enough as it is. I'd rather Tua not be, ramming into people. David says, great reminders, that we've had similar winning streaks with poor coaches that resulted in zilch. Recency bias clouds our perception of the winning streak as if it's something special. It ain't. Exactly. It's just a desperate team fighting back and having some pride, players having pride from starting 1-7. That's all. David says, it's like Flo is trying not to spoil the plot of the next Star Wars movie. It's like, chill out, man. You can say a couple of things. I agree. But he really wants to make sure he doesn't leave anything there for the media at all. And not that it has to be bulletin board material, because You can say plenty of things without any of it being bulletin board material. Jimmy Johnson used to do it all the time. Pat Riley did it all the time. Good coaches know how to do it. Reed Sampson says, on to New Orleans. Taysom Hill is one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Reed, did you say that with sincerity? Were you serious? Or were you laughing so hard when you were typing that in? Because it was kind of funny. Domi is in. Irving Figueroa says, Coach Brian Flores is more sleepy than sleepy Joe Biden. I don't know. Sleeping Joe is, tell you, only Gerald Ford is more sleepier than Sleeping Joe, because Sleeping Joe, I don't know who falls more, Gerald Ford or Sleeping Joe Biden. It's a good one. Now that I think about it, I was going to say Ford, because Gerald used to fall down all the time. But now that I think about it, Biden falls all the time. So, yeah, there's to sleepy presidents. No doubt about that. Let's see. What else do we have here? RG says, Tua was pretty aggressive at Alabama. He had no problem putting a shoulder into anyone, but let's keep that in the college days. Yeah, no, I don't want any more trucking Tuas. No. Nope. AH360 says, reminds me of Willie Mays Hayes in Major League when the coach said, great catch, Willie. Never effing do it again. Exactly. Great catch, Willie. Never do it again. Nessa, in my perspective, it's that Bill Belichick's attitude in press conferences that he learned from. Yeah, no, of course. There's no doubt. He tries to act like Belichick in the building and in the press conferences. Big O, you're making me crack up. I'm tired. Working for FedEx. Fins up. Paul in Connecticut. Merry Xmas. Well, thank you, my man. Laughing every once in a while is a good thing for the soul. Okay? I want a camera on Chris Sims during the game on Monday. Somebody make that happen. You guys went from Tramp to Sleepy Joe. Talk about opposites. Yeah, no. Well, look, what we did is just go from one bad president to another bad president. That's all we've done. I don't care what you Republicans or Democrats want to say. Both sides suck. You guys can't give us any kind of good presidents, any kind of good candidates. The worst part is watching Bush Jr. destroy the deficit, and then watching Obama come and do it doubly bad, all right? And then watching Trump do it 3 times as bad as Obama, and now we'll watch Biden do it 4 times as bad as Trump. It's like we just vote one loser after another, after another, after another. It's the weirdest thing. We suck as a country. We can never come up with a good president. It's the weirdest thing. Man. God. The last guy at least I felt decent about was Bush Sr. That's the last guy. You know what I mean? I like Obama personally. But economically, financially, he was a disaster. I mean, please, give me a break. I like him personally. But that doesn't mean jack crap. Actually, the guy that was morally corrupt, just like Trump, is Clinton. And he actually is the only guy in my lifetime that the deficit never went up and never went down. It stayed right in the middle, which is an amazing feat considering all the other presidents have all, made the deficit that much worse every year. Clinton actually is the only one. Sadly, he's just a terrible human being, just as morally corrupt as it gets, but he was the only one. It's just, we're a disaster as a country, bro. Doesn't matter what it is. Democrats, Republicans, I don't give a crap. They're both clown shows. None of them can come up with any kind of candidate. God, it's so terrible. I like Ross Perot. I have more faith in the Dolphins winning a Super Bowl in the near future than the U.S. having a good president. Isn't that the truth? How sad is that? That is the truth. That is the truth. I probably have more faith that the Dolphins will win a Super Bowl before the Republicans or the Democrats can actually come up with a good candidate. It's so weird, man. So weird. It's just terrible. David says, question for you. Never really started to watch the Dolphins seriously until I was about 9 or 10. I watched Fiedler play, but obviously with no knowledge of the game. How was he as a player and a QB? He was a decent QB, man. He was never going to be a franchise guy. You know, Fiedler was that guy that if you're going to win with him, everything had to be perfect. And Miami wasn't there yet. It was close, but it wasn't perfect. And then the other thing, now, I know nobody will ever give Fiedler this break, but if Fiedler wouldn't have suffered a bunch of the injuries that he suffered in the last couple of years, he might have actually been a slightly better QB than what he was. So, you know, I'm actually a fan of his, you know, and I know that he has his limitations and all of that, but his competitiveness, his toughness, they loved him in the locker room and all that. They played hard with him. I was a fan of his now, but I know he wasn't ever going to be a franchise guy, you know, but impossible not to like the guy. You know what I mean? Impossible not to respect the guy because he sold out. I mean, one year his hand was so screwed up, he had to hand off with the opposite hand. And it was just like a mission for him, but he got through it and all that. He was a warrior. He was limited, but he was a warrior. No doubt about it. Tough dude. Tough dude. You know who's a tough dude also? Alan Poupart, baby. Yeah. Doesn't get any tougher than Alan Poupart right there. And you know how tough he is? He has survived covering the Dolphins for 30 years. That's how tough the man is. When you can be on that beat that long, you are tough. Okay? So we will talk tough, and we will talk Miami Dolphins with Alan Poupart in our Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report next.
Let's get ready to talk Dolphins football. It's the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Report with Sports Illustrated's Alan Poupart. With locations throughout South Florida, Sports Grill is the home of the special grilled wings. Check out our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th and in Miami Lakes in the Royal Oaks Plaza. Here's Miami Dolphins insider Alan Poupart.
The legend that is Alan Poupart. Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Much better now. I've been called tough. I hadn't been called that before. I like it.
Well, somebody was asking me about Fiedler, but they were kind of young when they were watching him. They were asking me what kind of player he was. And I said that he was one of those tough guys that I admire. He was a good leader in the locker room. He sacrificed the crap out of his body. He might have been slightly better if it wasn't for all the injuries he suffered the last couple of years. It kind of took a toll on him. But he was never going to be a franchise guy. You know what I mean? But he is one of those guys that from covering him and being around him, I will always admire him for the way he played the game. So you go ahead and tell me, because again, you've been around longer even than I have, I think, on this damn beat. How many years already? Mine's 31 for you. How long?
89 full-time basis is 89. So
yeah, so there you go. Longer than me by a couple years.
Yeah.
So
no,
there you go.
I will agree with everything you said. Good dude too, and
yes, great dude.
Obviously has a distinction of being the first post-Marino starting quarterback for the Dolphins. And the thing, if we play the what-if game, to me, I always look back with regret at the 2002 season. If you recall, the Dolphins were 5-1 after a really good Sunday night win in Denver. Unfortunately, Fiedler broke his thumb, I believe it was, in that game. Ray Lucas had to start the next 3 games. It didn't go well. They wound up then at 5-4 and wound up missing the playoffs with, shocker, a really, really frustrating, disappointing loss at New England when they led 24-13 with 5 minutes left, and New England came back to win in overtime and knocked them out of the playoffs. And this was the year where Ricky Williams had been acquired in the offseason and led the NFL in rushing. And this was a really good Dolphins team, and Fiedler was playing really well when he got hurt.
That was the one where he came back, he had to hand off with the other hand, right?
I
Right?
believe so, yes.
Right, because the hand that he broke the thumb was the one that he normally would hand off with, right? And he had to make a switch or something like that when he would, right? It was just so like he had to hand, it was like awkward for him or something.
No, I recall that. I don't know if it was related exactly to that injury, but I do recall what you're talking about, where he literally would hand off like across his body because he was protecting something. But he was good that year, and then he came back in 2003, and Dolphins still finished 10-6 in 2003, and he was just serviceable, I think is the word I would use for him.
Right. Right.
Then,
I thought the injuries took a toll on him on the back end. Like, Alan, we've been around long enough to watch guys, we have one now in Devontae Parker. There's no way his body is ever the same like it was when he was drafted. And he can never be the guy you thought he could have been, because as the injuries mount, unfortunately, they take a toll, dude. You can't do anything about it.
Dude's still damn good, though. I mean,
I know.
He made a couple of big plays, and I know fans love to rag on him because he's hurt so often, but the dude is good. He's just flat out good. And look at his game-winning touchdown. I mean, he smoked the DB on that quick slant, and he created like massive separation, and he made it a really, really easy throw. And there's your ball game right there. No, he's a really good player. I like him a lot.
It shows you that if he didn't have the injuries, he would have been that special player that people like myself thought he could have been, because he had that gift, man, unfortunately. But, not everybody's body, I'm sorry, most bodies are not made to last in that league. That's just the way it is. Most of us would break down just like Devontae Parker. It's the freaks that actually stay healthy in this league. Those people have some kind of a gift or luck or whatever the hell it is, man. But to stay healthy, it is amazing. Well, speaking of health, outside of COVID issues from now to Monday, but the Dolphins will have a healthier team going up against New Orleans than they did against the Jets,
which they will need. Yeah,
yes.
And it'll be great to have Jalen Waddle back to help deal with that Saints defense. I mean, if you saw that game Sunday night, as I was watching in, I was projecting the Dolphins trying to deal with that, and I was like going, "Oh, it's not going to be a fun night." I mean, that defense is no joke. So having Jalen Waddle is going to be huge. Philip Lindsay, the impact probably won't be quite as significant as having Waddle back. It'd be great if they could get Javon Holland back. He hasn't completely cleared the COVID protocols, as I'm trying to get my daughter out of the picture here. He still hasn't completely cleared the COVID protocols, so he's not back at practice Wednesday. They have an extra day this week because they're playing on Monday night. Obviously, you'd like to have him, even though I'm not necessarily scared of the Saints offense, even in beating Tampa Bay. I mean, they didn't do a whole lot. I mean, that defense just kept coming up with big play after big play after big play, no matter how many times it had to get back on the field. But having Jalen Waddle back is completely huge.
So let me ask you something. Obviously, I'm with you 1,000% having Waddle back, but Lindsay, Johnson, Gaskin, one of them, all of them, I don't give a crap which one or what, but they have to run the ball on Monday night. They must have some kind of success on Monday night, right? Because if you're just going to allow Davenport and Jordan to tee off, then it's going to be a long freaking night for the Miami Dolphins. So if you want to slow that pass rush down, if they don't run the ball, I don't know how they win this game. They've got to have some kind of success on the ground. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, but my definition of having success on the ground against the Saints is,
I know what you're saying.
4 yards. Just don't get the 2-yard loss, the 3-yard loss. Keep the down and distance manageable at all times against that team.
Right.
You know who'd be great for this game for the Dolphins? Frank Gore would be great for this game. Because I'm serious. I'm not joking.
A pounder. I get what you're saying. You need a thumper in there. I got you.
I mean, he's a machine for getting that positive yardage, even if it's not there. And I think Duke showed us some of that against the Jets. I certainly don't expect him to rush for over 100 yards again. I certainly don't expect the Dolphins to come anywhere close to 184 yards, 185 yards. But again, avoid the negative plays. That also means avoid holding penalties. Stay ahead of the sticks, as they say.
So you're basically watch out now, because we got a section of Canes Fins fans that think that all of a sudden Duke Johnson found the fountain of youth, and he's going to become RB1 from here on out. And listen, I hope it happens, but I'm trying to walk them off the ledge that he's not really known for that. He's always been a terrific pass catcher out of the backfield, which, by the way, several backs have had really nice careers in the history of the NFL that were known as pass catchers, basically out of the backfield. There's nothing wrong with that. But somehow or another, we have a section of fans that, well, they think that Duke Johnson turned the corner. He's ready to become an every down rusher.
Yeah, no, I'm not buying it. We're going to assume that we're going to suggest that the coaches at Cleveland for 4 years and the coaches in Houston couldn't see the great talent that was there. The dude is a good player. Let's not diminish his ability.
Yeah, man, good player.
Yeah,
definitely.
I'm with you. I'm totally with you on that one. He's not the definition of RB, and I'm not sure you could stick. I don't know who's a great Dalvin Cook on the Dolphin roster right now, and the way they've operated, I'm not sure the Dolphins would make him an RB1. That's not what they do. They just like to use a whole bunch of different guys. Like a certain team from the Northeast likes to do, which is kind of a different guy every week. And it happened to be Duke's turn against the Jets on Sunday. Somebody asked me for a mailbag about the running back situation, and I said it wouldn't shock me in the least if for the final 3 games, Duke started 1 game, Lindsey started 1 game, and Myles Gaskin started 1 game. That wouldn't surprise me at all. That's the way the Dolphins operate.
They are a scheme-oriented team, so if they think this person is better for this scheme, that's what they're going to go with. You're right about that. That's what they've shown us, actually, from the get-go overall. I saw Barry Jackson's article today, and I did not realize that Agba already has 10 batted passes on the season. That's a nice little stat there. I did not know that he's the first in 17. That Cam Jordan, who's the guy they faced this week, had 11. So that's an impressive stat. And Agba has now pretty much, I'm sure he'll pick up another sack or 2. So he could end up with back-to-back seasons with 9 sacks. So it doesn't end up becoming an aberration what happened last year. He ends up backing it up, maybe possibly with a better season this year. Exactly. Which, I was talking about this a little while ago. Great job by the front office in the fact that you found a young defensive end in free agency, and then you hit on your other young defensive end in the draft. That's pretty cool.
No, and he was a guy, when they signed him out of KC, there was something there. I mean, first of all, he was a very high second-round pick coming out of Okie State, so it's not like he came out of nowhere. So there was the ability, and the Dolphins have really, really done a good job of putting together a plan to maximize his ability, and the guy's been outrageous. And you mentioned the passes batted down. He had a streak of I think it was 6 straight games where he had one of those, and a lot of them have come in critical situations. And
yes, right.
That might not be a sack, but if it comes on 3rd down, that's just as good as a sack.
Right.
I mean, let's be honest. No, he's been really, really good, and he's one of those guys who I'd say even early in the season where he was getting some pressures on the QB, wasn't making a lot of quote unquote plays, a la Van Ginkel. And once the winning streak started, and all of a sudden you see those plays, instead of being close calls, they're TFLs, pass batted down, sack, and it's throughout the defense that's been going on.
And I think all of us as fans and media and all of us, I think we've been happy with him even from day one. Even when he wasn't getting the sacks, the effort was second to none. And you knew he was right there, dude. I don't know how many times I've counted this season where Agba was just a hair away from getting, He could add another 7 sacks on top of what he has already. You know what I mean? So I think you kind of felt like it was going to break for him. It was going to happen because the one thing you never saw any quit in him, and you respected that.
No, and early on in the season when the defense wasn't playing nearly as well as it is now, there were a couple of games where I'm struggling to find guys who kind of jumped out at me, like in rewatching the game. But Agbo was always one of those guys. I felt him watching the game. To me, he's an absolute no-brainer to re-sign before free agency starts. Let's not deal with a headache of having to compete with other teams.
By the way, the growth of Nick Needham, pretty amazing, isn't it? Because this past week he ends up playing free safety, and for the team, there were other guys that have more experience than him playing that position, and they're not big on putting guys that don't have experience. They kind of want to feel comfortable with guys normally, you know what I mean? So to watch Needham come in 3 years ago and be an absolute disaster his first couple of months, and then grow into the position, and he's played on the outside, he has excelled on the inside, and then to watch him at safety and that evolution, that's, and these people, as you all know, they love versatility. But, what's it say about him that the trust value, the professionalism, the intelligence, the ability to adjust to everything, because playing slot, playing outside, and playing safety, those are 3 completely different responsibilities.
No, and you're looking with a guy who's a very good athlete. You can just tell by the way he moves, the way he runs, and obviously he's got the wherewithal to be able to handle different assignments. And like you mentioned, when he came in as a rookie free agent out of UTEP, if memory serves, and then it's very interesting because this is a guy whose career could have ended very, very quickly because he would be the first one to admit that he didn't really understand fully what it takes to be a professional. And if you recall, he started as a rookie in 2019 on the practice squad until they called him up. And it's been steady progress. I mean, sure, there are little bad games here or there like everybody has, but he's become very valuable in that secondary. We talk about Agba scheduled to become a UFA. Well, Needham becoming an RFA is another guy that the Dolphins absolutely need to re-sign.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Especially when I think you're going to make a decision on one of your 2 big corners. Some tells me one of those 2 are not coming back in 2022 when it's all said and done. All right. Offensive line. So what's the film tell you? Because, obviously Austin Jackson's getting a little more love. I think Jackson and Eichenberg have allowed like only a few pressures the last couple of weeks. So walk me through what are you seeing on the O-line right now with the fellas?
I'm seeing a group that's just done nothing but get better. It was interesting. I saw the PFF, the grades from my buddies at PFF after the game, and they had Jesse Davis with a ridiculously low grade. And so I made it a point to focus on him when I rewatched the game, and he did have a really, really rough first half. I mean, it was not good, but in the second half, he was fine. And I think that's one area where the Dolphins are going to have to it's an area the Dolphins are going to have to address in the offseason, no question. But the other guys, I think Eichenberg has made big-time progress the last couple of games. Jackson has been very serviceable, solid at left guard. I have no issue with him. Dieter's fine at center. Robert Hunt's a good right guard. So we're seeing growth. Again, they were helped, as they have been all season, by the fact that there's an awful lot of quick passing. That helps the offensive line. But they also have provided really good protection on plays that were slower developing. Like if we look at the 37-yard pass from Tua to Parker, Tua had a really nice pocket, and he had plenty of time to make that throw. So kudos on the offensive line there. That wasn't the same as, your quick slant where it's Tua takes 2 steps back and fires the ball. So the offensive line has made significant progress, which, as you suggested early in the season, though many people didn't have the patience, there were going to be growing pains because they had so many young players in that lineup.
There's no way you're going to miss on all 5 of them, bro.
No, correct. And right now, to me, they're playing solid football now.
And by the way, if you're hitting on all the other picks, how did you just miss on only the lineman? That doesn't make any sense, dude.
No,
you know what I mean? We're only waiting on 2 other guys, and that's Noah and Iggy because Iggy and Hunter, because they don't play, unfortunately. They got 80 people in front of them, unfortunately. So you can't do anything about that.
No, but here's the thing, the point I was going to make is everything we mentioned, though, has to be balanced by the fact that, and there's no way around it, their last 6 games, they played Houston, they played the Giants, they played the Jets twice. So now they're going to play New Orleans. And New Orleans front 7, a little bit different than the Jets front 7.
A lot.
Now we're going to learn a lot more. And by the way, I don't know if you noticed this, I put this on Twitter and it absolutely floored me that on Myles Gaskin's 30-yard run on the game-winning drive that put him in Jets territory, watch the replay and you'll see the entire offensive line move up before the ball is snapped. And the ref somehow completely missed it. That just blew me away. And at the time, as I'm watching the game, it's like, whoa, that's a false start. Never called it. And then when I rewatch the game, you see that play again, and it's completely false start that they missed. So, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. Big test for the offensive line, and that's going to be a big-time measuring stick just to see how far along they've come.
All right, so piggybacking off of what you said, Jesse Davis, my brother, they're going up against Jordan and Davenport. You know, wait a minute. This might be the best pass rushing duo they've faced this year, right? You might face some other teams that had one pass rusher. They have
Raiders, Crosby, and Ngakwe.
Oh, Raiders. Yeah, Raiders. Yeah. Both those dudes are good. Yes, that's a really good one. Good call on your part. But Davenport obviously is having a career year right now. It's what they kind of targeted him when he was coming out, that, he broke out in the Senior Bowl and was so dominant. And then Cam has been a stud his whole career.
Yep.
Okay, so what do you do with Jesse Davis this week, man? How do you kind of that's to his blind side that he's in charge of. So what do you do on the right side?
I'm going to guess there's going to be a lot of chipping. There's going to be the back staying out to help. I can't imagine they're going to leave him a ton in one-on-one matchups trying to block Cameron Jordan. That would be my expectation. And then Liam's got to hold up on the other end.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt Liam's, but he's playing better. I worry more about Jesse Davis. Isn't it weird? I'm worrying more about Jesse Davis than I worry about Liam Eichenberg. That's kind of odd. You know what I'm saying? But
I'm worried about both in this matchup. If I'm going to be
you're right. You're right. You got to worry about both. But I think Eichenberg is the better athlete. I think he can kind of handle himself a little bit better. I really worry about Jesse Davis because I don't think Jesse is a great athlete. I think Jesse is a terrific blue-collar guy, works hard, all of that, but he's probably best suited as your sixth man more than anything else. That's probably where I'd like him to be. So I guess that's why I worry about Jesse, because I don't view him as a starter anyway. That's my problem with him.
He certainly hasn't had a starter caliber season. There's no question about that. But again, I would be shocked, and to me, it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense to leave him one-on-one against Jordan very much. And I think he's going to get help throughout the evening.
Let's hope they don't leave him a lot of one-on-ones. Let's hope that they get him some help. You got him winning?
Too early in the week. How's that for dodging the question?
No, I know, but we don't get you to post game, so it's like, all right. So we'll have to read it.
Here's what I would say.
We'll have to read it at Sports Illustrated.
Correct. You'll have to read it on the SIL Dolphins. If they play anywhere the way they played against the Jets, they're going to get smoked.
Yes,
because they would have lost to a lot of teams again. And in rewatching the game, it wasn't just the turnovers; they also caught a couple of breaks. I mean, there's a pass over the middle that gets tipped. Could have picked off. Instead, it winds up in the hands of Albert Wilson to produce a first down. There was another almost near pick. There was a couple of really bad officiating call. And I know there was some both ways, but I noticed more.
Oh, the fake punt. The fake punt also.
Fake punt.
If you're going up against the decent offense, they score some points on your ass there, And so, yeah.
No, they called the DPI on the guy covering Devontae Parker in the end zone, and from where I said the ball was 8 feet over his head. So I don't know why they didn't do this uncatchable. Why the flag stuck? I didn't get that. But So it was a game where they were very fortunate in terms of getting some breaks and the opponent to be able to win that game. And that's not going to fly against the Saints. That's what I will say. I do have a lot of confidence in the Dolphin defense's ability to shut down the Saints offense, which doesn't scare me in the least. I mean,
only thing I worry about is they better come in focused on the running side, because is Kamara playing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the one thing I do fear, that if somehow or another that offensive line gets going and they can churn some yards with Kamara, and then Taysom Hill can do some damage with his legs. I don't fear his arm. I fear more the running game and that kind of stuff getting any momentum. And we saw last week that the Dolphin defense started slow. And I think a lot of that had to do with the 2 weeks off for the whole team overall. And I think in Tua's thing, it was time off / no Waddle, because I think the Waddle thing brings balance to him, because he always can count on him and then play off of him to everybody else. You know what I'm saying? But it was just one of those things. They can't do that this week. They can't start off slow. They can't allow New Orleans to gain some confidence and start running the ball with Kamara. That's when it'll get scary.
Here's a big thing, though, about the Saints and their offense. They played against Tampa Bay, and it's very possibly going to be the same deal against the Dolphins without Ryan Ramczyk, their right tackle.
That's right. That's true.
Ron Armstead, their left tackle, and Andreas Pete, one of their guards, who are basically their three studs. They have like a complete stud offensive line, and they're missing 3 of their 5. And and if you saw their offense against, again, as I mentioned earlier, against Tampa Bay, they did very, very little either on the ground or in the passing game. So
well, that's a lot of talent, dude. That's a lot of talent. I'd love to have all 3 of those guys in the Dolphins.
Oh, and the other 2 are Eric McCoy and Cesar Ruiz, who are both good players also.
I know.
So when they're healthy, that's one of the best offensive lines in the NFL, except it's just not healthy. So I think the Dolphins can shut them down defensively. Question is what happens on the other side of the ball.
Under Sean Payton, that's been a consistent on that team. More often than not, they got a pretty good offensive line, bro.
Yep.
They know. Without that, you're not going to get far in this league, and they're smart enough to build that thing up. All right, man. Good stuff. Appreciate you as always. What are you working on, Sports Illustrated, so the Dolphin Nation can go bookmark that spot and lock it in and read all of your Dolphin information?
Everything and anything. I've already got 2 stories up today, including Brian Flores' comments before practice. I have a mailbag coming up this afternoon. Notebook, where we're going to round up all the news, latest developments. And then tonight they're announcing the Pro Bowl teams. My expectation is that Xavier Howard is going to be the one and only guy again this year, but we'll find out for sure tonight.
I mean, they could have had 2, but they traded Jakeem. What can I tell you, bro? They could have had 2, right?
You're going to go there? He made the Pro Bowl because he had a punt return for a touchdown in a primetime game. That's the only reason.
No. He's the only player in the NFL that has returned the punt for a touchdown. Okay, let's make sure we mention how great of a feat that is when no one else can do it but the great Jakeem Grant. I'm just saying.
Who's now hurt? I don't know what his status is.
Lay some respect on the man. Okay, he drops it. He gets injured. But he's also in the Pro Bowl, baby.
There you go.
That's
can't deny that. Robert Quinn's also in the Pro Bowl, former Dolphin.
15 sacks, I think he has, right?
And he had like 10 last year too. I mean,
I don't know. No. He took off after he left here. But I think, didn't we get him like fresh off of back surgery or something like that? Wasn't he like a year removed from back surgery or something? Robert Quinn.
That sounds about right.
Right? So I always keep thinking about it, going, damn, so we got him still like off of rehab, and then he needed our year of rehab, and then when he left, he was kind of like 100% again, and he went back. He's been on a tear since he left Miami.
Big time.
Since he left Miami, that guy has like 40 sacks.
No, and he had some good years before Miami also.
I know, but we had the valley.
We had bad Robert Quinn.
Yeah. Everybody had the peaks. We got the valley with Robert Quinn.
That's rough.
That's crazy. All right, follow him on Twitter at Poupart NFL. And more than, I'm telling you, Dolphin fans, okay, you want to stay informed, you bookmark the Sports Illustrated Miami Dolphin page. All right, lock it in. You can get it there. Go to his Twitter page. You'll find it there at Poupart NFL. Alan, as always, you're a stud. Thank you, my friend.
Enjoy the rest of your week, bud, and Merry Christmas.
That's right. Merry Christmas, sir. There you go. It's a beautiful thing. All right, that's our Sports Grill, Miami Dolphins Insider Report.
This has been the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report with Alan Poupart, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast and never miss a report. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Visit Sports Grill in our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th and in Miami Lakes in the Royal Oaks Plaza.
Dougie Fresh goes, question for Poupart. What happens first? A Finns win a playoff game or the Expos win 100 games in a season? I didn't want to do that to Poupart, man. He's like, he's like a real Montreal fan. Have you met those people? Like Montreal baseball fans, like that shit hurts. Like it bothers them. It bothers them because it wasn't their fault they lost the baseball team. They had a garbage owner and stadium was old as hell and all that kind of stuff. It wasn't really the fans' fault. They love their Expos, man. I gotta be honest with you. Baseball has a little bit of baseball has so many problems as it is. But since Montreal left the Expos, it's kind of a void that they didn't fill. It's the same thing as the NBA without the Seattle Supersonics. You're incomplete, dude. There was no reason. You're not supposed to pull the Browns out of Cleveland. You're not supposed to take the Sonics out of Seattle. You're not supposed to take the Expos out of Montreal. Okay? I understand that the Jazz can't survive in Utah. And even though there's in New Orleans, and even though there's no Jazz in Utah, they kept the name. And you know what? If the Pelicans leave, I understand. Sorry, New Orleans. But Cleveland had no business losing the Browns. Seattle had no business losing the Sonics. Business got in the way. Politics got in the way. Fans responded. Fans have not responded in New Orleans. So that's different. You know what I mean? So, yeah, for the Expos, I feel bad for Expos fans because I've run into them enough over the years, and they're hurting, man. Those people are hurting. They're pissed that they lost their baseball team. It's a really, really nice tradition of baseball in Montreal. Had a lot of really good teams. A lot of great players went through there. And we all know that in 94, if it wasn't for the strike, we were headed for a Yankees-Montreal Expos World Series. And I think that would have been a great World Series because the Expos were freaking loaded. They were awesome. So, shame. I feel bad for Montreal fans, like Alan and others, because I've talked to them, and it's sad to see that they ended up losing it. Good thing is Seattle will get their Sonics back eventually. The NBA will make that right. You know what I mean? Baseball is in such a terrible position. Forget about that. Baseball will end up contracting before it actually does any kind of. I don't think it'll ever expand again. I just don't think there's enough interest. Thomas Jensen says, Big O and Sean, the hardest working duo in South Florida sports broadcasting business. Thank you, sir. It's Sean, not me. I don't do any work. Sean does all the work here. I just ride Sean's coattails. That's what I do here. It's Sean Stanley's world. We're just trying to survive. That's it. It's really what it is. The answer for the line this weekend is to let Eichenberg, Jackson, and the rest of the line beat up the defensive line players early and often. That would be nice. That would be really nice. Jesse Davis is going to have to attack the Saints defensive end with some anger and power. No just getting in the way of this game. My problem radically, it's not so much that I think Jesse is a super tough guy, a great dude, a professional. He plays hard. I just don't know if he's athletic enough. I just don't know if he's talented enough to play those elite positions at a starting level. I think he's the kind of guy that can come in as a backup and fill in and do a serviceable job for you. But if you're looking for a starter and if you're looking for a right tackle to protect the blind side of your lefty quarterback, yeah, he's not the guy. I just feel like you're putting your team more at risk than anything else. You know what I'm saying? By the way, Lance Stevenson is back in the NBA. That's right, baby. He signs a 10-day deal with the Hawks. They've got all kinds of COVID issues. He was with the Grand Rapids Gold. He just had a triple-double last week, 18 points, 15 rebounds, and 10 assists. So the basketball whisperer is back in the league now. How about that? So if we have a Hawks-Lakers matchup coming up soon, I can't wait to see him whisper in somebody's ear. Sean, you're just a circle there.
Yeah, no, I cut my camera off. But Joe Johnson also today signed a 10-day deal with the NBA. I forgot who he's with, but he did sign a 10-day deal. Joe Johnson back in the NBA as well.
Joe Johnson's what, like 44 now? 43?
I saw Woj. I was like, whoa. They literally said you could pull anybody back in. They're just going to start pulling. We might see Kareem back out there by the end of this.
I mean, Joe Johnson played slow motion for like the last 10 years of his life. I can't imagine now. What's he going to do? Play with a walker, a cane?
Just put him
have a cane on one hand and dribbling on the other?
Just put him in the corner.
But he can shoot that 12-footer like it's going out of style. He'll hit that 15-footer, and it is money. Money. The old man can always shoot. I will give Joe Johnson that. He can definitely shoot. Let's see. Baseball needs a hard salary cap. The non-major markets have lost their community's attention. The whole sport's gone to shit. It's gone to crap. While printing and graphics, can somebody sign Chalmers already? Well, the Heat can't, right? You do know that, right? You understand everything that's going on with the Heat. They can't add anybody because then they'll go over the cap. And if they're going to go over the cap, they're going to go over the cap for a superstar. They're not going to do it for a regular player, because if you then want to go over the cap the following year, then you become a repeat offender. And so the punitive damages become even more. So when they go over the cap, they want them to go over the cap because they're actually going after a title. So unless it's a title chase, don't expect them to do it. So whether it's Mario or another point guard, if they sign one, which again, I'll explain, we did it yesterday, and I asked Ira about this. You see how KZ Okpala is turning out right now, right? He's playing well. Well, here's where you got to decide something at the end of the year. Oladipo's very injury prone, so if you get him back, can you count on him to stay healthy? Gabe Vincent has developed fabulously, right? But he's never been in the playoffs, so you don't know how he's going to respond. So if Lowry gets injured, you have those two question marks backing him up. If Depot stays healthy, you don't have a problem. He can play point guard and all that and play great defense, and you'll be fine. If Gabe Vincent can handle being in the playoffs for the first time as a young player, you're fine. But those are unknowns. So you have two roster spots, UD and KZ Okpala. So KZ Okpala basically is on a tryout for the next couple of months. And lately, the last, 2 weeks, you would say, KZ all of a sudden has started to show life. If he continues to do this for the next couple of months, at the end of the year, right as the season ends, okay, you will have to decide, do I release KZ Okpala or do I release Udonis Haslem and go get a point guard that's available, somebody released or whatever, a veteran, somebody from Europe or whatever, to add to the team as an insurance policy just in case something happens to Lowry. So the way KZ is playing right now, if he continues at this trajectory, it looks like you'll be able to keep him because finally he's developing. UD may be the guy that you have to then release. And if you do it at the end of the year and then you sign him after for the playoffs, it doesn't go against the cap and it doesn't become a cap hit because he's taking up a current roster spot. But if you have to necessarily cut somebody else and then use that salary and the person you cut, that becomes a problem for your cap. So that's the trick behind it all. They can't go over the cap by signing somebody. They will have to clear a roster spot in order to do that. So if Okpala develops and maybe they can trade him, that's how you can also open up the spot. Okay? So it's either cutting UD and opening it up and giving it to whoever that point guard is, or it's trading KZ Okpala because he developed into something and now he's got some value out there. Okay? So there you go. All right, what else do we have here on the program? Oh, by the way, I got to say prayers and positive thoughts to Chad Gilbert. And I don't know how many of you follow New Found Glory. New Found Glory is a local band, kind of ska, right? And New Found Glory, I believe are they from Sunrise or Parkland or something like that? But they're a local band. They're really good. I like New Found Glory. And sadly, the guitarist, Chad Gilbert, has been diagnosed with cancer. He's been diagnosed with a rare form of cancer called pheochromatoma. The musician underwent successful surgery to remove the tumor earlier this month, but not before Gilbert's wife saved his life after she found him unresponsive in bed. The past couple of weeks have been harrowing for Chad Gilbert, who helped the pop punk favorites. In 1997, he detailed his ordeal in a lengthy Instagram post, which spills into comment section. Here's what Gilbert shared with his fans. For the last 14 days, I've been living in a hospital having cancer removed. Here's the timeline of my unexpected journey. December 5th, my wife found me unresponsive in bed. I wake up drenched in sweat the last few days, and we thought I was sick. Not being able to wake up, she called 911, performed CPR, and mouth-to-mouth. Apparently, I was doing something called agonal breathing, and it was minutes from death. I woke up with 7 paramedics surrounding my bed. I was so confused, my blood sugar somehow dropped to 20, and if my wife hadn't found me, I would have fallen into a coma and died. The paramedics took me to an ER in an ambulance. They couldn't figure out why my blood sugar kept dropping and why my blood pressure kept skyrocketing. Even with my blood pressure medication in my system, I was hooked up to 2 different drips I couldn't be separated from. The next day, an amazing endocrinologist visited me and asked me a bunch of questions about my health. It honestly felt like she was an angel from heaven. She told me, based on all my symptoms, that I have a very rare tumor called pheochromatoma. It's a tumor that grows on the adrenal gland and messes up all of your hormones. It was eating up all my glucose, changing my hormones, and raising my blood pressure. I couldn't survive without IVs until this tumor was removed. 12/6, I received a CT scan, which showed some alarming news. My tumor was malignant and had grown from my adrenal gland onto my liver. It was huge, which made my pheochromatoma even more rare since they usually are benign. 12/8, 3 days since my amazing wife saved me from dying in bed, I was transported to a major hospital and moved into the ICU. I got an MRI which showed that the tumor was in fact one growth and had not spread to other parts of my body. Now that my miracle doctor, cancer doctor, incredible surgeon had all the info they needed, they scheduled my surgery for Monday. Now it's 4 days until surgery. This is so personal. This is so much personal growth occurred. Looking back on the timing of all of this, the incredible people put in my life to save me, the hospital staff who I have the highest respect for, the way they took care of me while caring for my entire intensive care unit. I just can't believe the strength these nurses have. My wife, Lisa, and my mom were the driving forces for my positivity. The only cure for the pheochromocytoma is surgery, one of my worst fears. But if surgery went well, all the glucose consumption, high blood pressure, and any other hormonal changes would immediately go away. When I got to pre-op, the surgery drew the size of the tumor on a dry erase board. And to clarify how intense, large, and dangerous my surgery was going to be, but still reassured us that he's done way more difficult. So grateful for him. The surgery was predicted to be 4.5 hours, but he finished it in 2. The tumor wasn't attached to anything tricky, so basically they cut it out and peeled it off. But man, the scar is insanely big. I couldn't grasp how large the tumor was until now. I was sedated and drugged up and don't remember anything from my surgery that day. My surgeon came in the next morning and let us know he got it all out. Now we just needed the pathology report to make sure no cancer got into the lymph nodes. The joy and excitement from all the nurses and doctors involved was super emotional. I didn't have a lot of family and friends around since it all happened so fast, but the hospital staff became that extra support family and giving me cards and little gifts. The night of, and they want free music. The night of the 15th, I was moved from the ICU to the cancer center. There I recovered from surgery. I know about future treatments in a few weeks, but for now I'm able to come home. It's Sunday, December 19th. Yesterday was the first time I got to smell fresh air since December 5th. I'm home with my wife and baby, so thankful to be alive. So appreciate life, folks, every single day. Chad Gilbert, my man. Bless you, my brother. That's a hell of a story. Hell of a story right there. I know, dude, when my heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest, and I had 6 doctors and 8 nurses in a room with me, and they're all surrounding me, and I'm sitting up in a bed, and my heart is going at 1,000 miles an hour. And I'm telling them, hey, what's going on? I feel like my heart's about to explode. And they're like, relax, relax. And my wife is to my right, and she's, balled up in tears, looking at me all stressed out. You know what I mean? Because it's when your loved one is in a hospital, it's just hell. And it puts everybody else in that hell. You know what I mean? Because you don't know what to expect, and you're hoping for the best. It's not an easy situation. I'm just glad that Chad Gilbert looks like he's on the road to recovery. And whenever Newfound Glory takes the stage again, I'm sure it'll be at the Revolution Live, which is usually where I see them. I will look forward to seeing Chad Gilbert and Newfound Glory jam. And if you've never seen Newfound Glory, little ska, little punk, little pop in it, they're really good. They're a really good band. I enjoy the hell out of them. And they put on one great show. And Dougie Fresh, I'm with you. F cancer. God, we need to find a cure for that. We definitely need to. David says, I had 2 open heart surgeries. I'm about to be 26. The second one felt intense chest pain while playing in a golf tournament. Worst feeling, man. Lucky no more surgeries needed. Oh, bless you, David. Bless you. It's some scary shit, dude. Scary shit. Scary shit. If you haven't already started making some videos of your parents talking about their lives, you will cherish it forever. Yep. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. All right, folks. We are out of here. We thank Sean Stanley, who always does a great job. We thank, of course, all of our amazing sponsors. And most of all, we thank all of you out there for tuning in, for supporting us. Last night at 11 o'clock at night, we had 18,700 downloads in 1 hour. In 1 hour alone, 18,700. And it wasn't during drive time, which morning and afternoon drives normally is explosive. This is at 11 o'clock at night. So, again, I don't even know where we're at now, if we're even close to approaching another record for today. But thank you all out there for your incredible support. And don't forget, if you want to be a part of our family, you can reach out if you're a sponsor at Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. The Twitter, the text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to reach out to us. And of course, our office number for potential sponsors, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. If you want to be a sponsor of our program, we will see you tomorrow at Hialeah Park. All right, 10 a.m., baby. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a great one.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show.